Huh?
Too much death in Hollywood, updates from Gab Chatter of the past, Ridley Scott is sour about sequels, and Pascal is terrified of mezcal.
Oh, it's time for class.
Class is in session!
Roll call!
Bueller.
I'm gonna be late for class.
Bueller.
Am I hallucinating here? Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm late for class.
You are mine now. You belong to me.
Did you study for the test?
No more complaining. No more Mr. Kimble to go to the bathroom. Nothing. There is no bathroom.
Hello, classmates, and welcome to another episode of Middle Class Film Class. I'm your host for today, Joseph.
I'm Peter.
And I'm Tyler.
And we have a great show for you today. Pete is back.
I'm here.
Yes, welcome back.
Yes, and welcome everyone on YouTube Live and otherwise. And of course, the OG classmates listening, still listening in podcast land.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for the audio only listeners, but you should really come over to YouTube. It's fun.
Yes.
Yeah, give us those views, give us those hours. It helps us.
And
it helps.
hang out in the chat. Joe Bridges in the chat and our mysterious fan Angie.
Yeah.
She just gave us a red high five, I think.
Yeah, the default high five. We can always rely on Andy's high five.
She says hi and then disappears into the shadows.
But yeah, welcome back, Pete.
Yes.
Specifically.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
No, I'm not doing the whole thing.
Yeah, no.
We have a long episode.
Wait, we do?
I just like Austin Powers after they freeze him after so many decades, unfreeze him after so many decades. We're expecting a long stream.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, a lot to cover.
I did like that bit.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're off the heels of Tyler and Joseph exclusive only episode.
You guys did good.
Yeah.
The first time in middle class film class history.
That's right.
It was a big shoes to fill in terms of operating the board.
Thank you.
It's
It's a lot to do in one
Yeah, it's a lot to handle as like the stream and then also the board.
The one time that, we tried that at the very beginning when we first went live, because I used to sit in your chair and you sat over here. And when we did the live stream, you're like, I'll be video producer, you be audio producer. I'll run the video stream, you run the board still.
Yeah.
And we split it up and it was like, thank fucking God. Because it's a lot. And then the one week that you were gone, I did both. And we had Jack on.
Yes.
I forgot to record the audio. So I was like pulling audio from the video stream only. It was like, there's a lot of boxes to check before when we get going.
This is why we need a producer.
Producer Justice. He's downstairs right now. He's not doing anything.
Still on his jammy jam.
I know he's playing Pokemon on his Surface tablet.
But yeah,
Like as he should.
I hoped our episode was enjoyable.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
I watched it twice,
You
Oh,
want?
okay. Thanks for those
but I'm
hours.
vain. So.
Yeah. Just on mute, just staring at yourself the whole time.
It was good. I liked how you guys picked shitty movies for each other to watch. That was fun.
Yeah.
We should do that again for all three of us.
I agree. And
The Wheel of Punishment doesn't get nearly enough love.
I kind of regret choosing the movie that I gave Joseph because that one was just bad. But the one that he picked for me was funny bad.
What was it called again?
Exchange.
Yeah, that's it.
It was
Exchange.
with Stephen
Exchange.
Baldwin. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Stephen
Exchange.
Baldwin, Kyle MacLachlan.
I mean, anything with Stephen Baldwin in it is almost a guaranteed stinker.
I know.
Yeah,
Short of
his
bio, though.
character is like he's a clone, and
he's a
like they're
clone.
called Jeffs. Like,
the fuck?
the clones are called Jeffs. It's an acronym for something. I can't remember, but
Yeah, I can't either.
yeah, that was fun doing that. Robot Wars was the movie that I watched, and it was like a worse version of Robot Jocks.
Oh, really?
But
it didn't have any
production
robot
company.
wars
And there was like
in it.
there was a robot battle at the very end, and same producers as a Robot Jocks.
Not so much a war, but a battle.
Yeah, it's a political war as opposed to an actual physical war.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But yeah, it was cool. It was
You were sorely missed.
Thanks.
Sorry for the broken window.
it was odd just me
okay.
and Tyler being here and you're not here. It's like going to someone's house and they're not home.
Yeah, exactly. That's okay. You guys are welcome here anytime.
But yeah.
Brianna also said it was weird.
Yeah.
She's like, these fucking guys, they just showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and,
they're-
and they fought me.
Yeah, they're like, we're gonna use the kitchen. We're gonna take a bath while we're here.
Yeah, we basically made it like
We made it our home
Our home.
for the
Yeah.
day.
Mm-hmm.
We were thinking about changing the locks.
Did you break the window, Tyler?
No, I didn't break
Okay.
the window. No,
you said sorry for the broken window. I had to.
It was because we broke in.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got it. That window is a little wonky.
Yeah. But yeah, here we are. It's hot as fuck. Let's get into some Gab Chatter.
Find some charity in ye, lad. Now's the time for Gab Chatter.
Gab Chatter movie news, movie discussions, things to talk about. Pete,
Yes.
what things do you bring? Yeah, anything from Portugal?
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
I didn't go to mainland Portugal. I was in Madeira, the island. The island. It's like a autonomous region of Portugal. So they operate with their own laws, their own taxes, their own everything for the most part. And you could probably hear it in my voice, but on the flight back, I went from Funchal Airport, which is where we were, Funchal, flew into Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and then from there, like a 6.5 hour flight or 6 hour flight to, it was 6.5, 7, something like that, to DC. And then we were in Dulles, and I virtually waved at listener Heather, dork of all dorks, because she's in Maryland.
Yeah.
And it was like, I'm like, wow, Washington, D.C. and Maryland are right next to each other. I had no idea. I'm terrible at geography.
Yeah.
As we were landing in D.C., I'm thinking, I think I might be getting sick. And I felt a fever coming on. Oh, no. And I started feeling the chills. We had a 4.5 hour layover in Dulles.
Oh, good.
And while I was there, I prepped for a very shitty flight from Washington, D.C. to SFO. Absolutely stricken with a full-on fever.
Oh, it was a direct flight?
Well, no.
I mean, like from Washington, D.C. to SFO?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, they stopped in Ohio, and then they went over to Montana, and then back to SFO. No, it was a straight flight.
Yeah.
Straight flight from DC to SFO. But some people, like our first flight, we went from SFO to Frankfurt, Germany in one go. And that was 10.5 hours.
Yeah.
That sucked ass. but there were 3 meals on that flight.
Yeah.
On the way back, United was like, "Oh, this is domestic. You don't get shit." And he gave me a blanket. Even I'm like dying. I had to cocoon myself in a zip up hoodie that I bought at the DC airport. And I'm like, "Please, sir, can I have a blanket?" And they're like, "No,
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
no, you don't get that." Yeah, it was pretty bad. I don't recommend it.
Yeah.
But the flight besides the flight, the actual trip was great.
Nice.
Funchal, the city, fantastic. The island of Madeira, fantastic. It's like Europe's Hawaii, basically.
Okay.
Perfect weather, very hilly, luscious greenery everywhere. Great culture. Everyone there's chill as fuck.
Yeah.
It was great. So had a great time. Went for my wedding of my cousin, who's like my sister, Genevieve. Mazel tov to the new bride and groom. Genevieve Scarlett is her new name. Which
Wow.
is
Scarlet.
That sounds like a Hollywood name right there.
I know.
She's got scarlet fever.
Yeah, it's right. She's a worse fever than I had. But guess what? Her beau's name is her new husband. His first name.
Reginald.
No,
Joel?
no, it's Will Scarlet, which was
Scarlet.
which was Christian Slater's character's name in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Oh yeah.
Did you tell him that?
It escaped me. I was gonna make a joke about it and say, "Hey."
That would have been great.
His mom was there too. I was gonna ask her, you fan of Costner, but
Or Christian Slater.
You fan of Costner?
But anyways, yeah, fantastic trip. Glad to be back though. And you guys did great. The stream was like at the very tail end of the wedding. I went back to my hotel room. The wedding was at a different hotel, like a big fancy old historic hotel. And I went back to my hotel to change into more comfy clothes to dance at the very end of the whole shindig.
Yeah.
And when it happened, that's how I was on the taxi cab ride back. That's when I got the notification you guys went live. I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
He had an international plan.
Yeah, no, actually, I got the notification before I left.
Oh, okay.
And then, but I was only basically able to operate on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got into my hotel room, started changing, and put you guys on, and had my headphones and stuff. And I'm like, oh, look at these guys. They got the
at that.
new layout,
Yeah, look
hanging
at
out, being all nice and everything. It was
all nice.
yeah, it was very nice. It was very pleasant.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for holding it down.
Yeah,
Well, thanks for tuning in.
The nucleus of the show, essentially, who was the production manager
Thank you.
of the studio.
Or you could say the mitochondria.
I'm the powerhouse of the podcast.
Yeah.
Tyler, what are you? If I'm a mitochondria, what are you? Are you a vacuole?
Yeah, or maybe like a red blood cell.
You're a red blood cell. All right.
Very irreplaceable, or very replaceable.
Okay. So, anyways, my stories. Again, happy to be back.
Yes,
If I hear,
good to have you.
if the listeners hear a little bit of nastiness in my voice, please excuse that. But I wanted to touch on a couple of lost Hollywood icons. A couple maybe not as iconic as others, but deserve our respect nonetheless. So we lost a few people this week.
Few. This
Yeah.
week?
Yeah.
In the last week or two.
Oh, okay.
And I want to give them a little bit of time, a little bit of respect. So, our first lost soul, his name is Taylor Wiley. You might know him from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He's the big Hawaiian dude that's kind of he's like the bartender.
Yeah.
He died at the age of 56.
Ooh.
Yeah, he started out his career
That's too young.
in Ultimate Fighting in 1993. He was a former sumo wrestler as well.
Really?
And he appeared 7 times on the Magnum PI reboot, also Hawaii Five-0. He was just seemed like a really kind sort of soul. They didn't say what he passed away from, but very sad. Very recognizable figure.
That's really young.
I know, very sad. And then the opposite end of the spectrum, at age 90, Bill Cobbs, who
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard
very,
about that.
very sad. Who our listeners might know from Air Bud,
yeah.
the janitor slash former NBA pro.
Only
turned-
our listeners know him from Airbud.
Yeah.
in the story, it credits him as Air Bud star, bodyguard and Air Bud star Bill Cobbs, dead at 90. He was in The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner, also Costner.
Okay.
1992. He also had the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. He was in Oz the Great and Powerful.
He's done some big stuff.
Yes, and of course, Air Bud, naturally. He used to work, let's see here. He was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. He was in the Air Force for 8 years and worked at IBM and a car salesman before he made his way to Hollywood. So what an illustrious career he had.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Bill Cobbs. Next up, Martin Mull, dead at the age of 80 after a long undisclosed illness.
Oh, Gene.
Gene Parmesan from Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Others may know him from his roles in Clue and a number of other. I mean, he's been around for freaking Roseanne, the Roseanne show. So he passed away at home after a valiant fight against a long, undisclosed illness, says his family. And very sad. I loved him. He was great. He's got a longer career than I think any of us even realize.
Oh, I thought you were going to save the best for last.
I have saved the best for last. The final one. Dead at
The
the
best
age,
in what way? How was it?
the greatest, I think the largest name of the list.
Oh, okay.
Donald Sutherland, at the age of 88, has passed
that
away.
was not what I was thinking. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Donald Sutherland, with roles in Clute, Ordinary People, MASH, The Hunger Games, and scores of other movies, including Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and probably what I first knew him from when I was a youngster, The Italian Job, with Mark Wahlberg and Charlize Theron.
I thought you were going to talk about the creator of Chinatown, the director of Chinatown.
No, he can rest in piss, that guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, great movie, terrible person.
Oh, he is?
Wait.
His biography was revealed some things about him.
Roman Polanski?
No, he was the director, not the writer.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I
So
don't
the
know.
writer died.
Writer died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, so he was also a piece of shit.
the whole
Along
production.
with Roman Polanski.
Yeah,
I had no
birds
idea.
of a feather. Birds of a feather.
I had no idea.
No, he's fine. He's dead.
Okay.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
But rest in peace, Donald Sutherland.
Yes.
Great career. Father of Kiefer Sutherland.
People were saying when I read that Donald Sutherland died, people were all saying it's like the wrong kid died or whatever. Like
That's fucked up.
like they wanted Kiefer Sutherland to die versus
What's wrong with Kiefer?
I don't know. I was confused.
He's what's his character's name? Jack something from 24.
Jack
Jack
Bauer.
Bauer, yeah.
Jack Bauer,
Bauer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Carlo from the movie Loot is
The sniper
spinning in
from
his grave
Phone
right
Booth.
now. Is he really?
Yeah, he's the sniper.
Spoiler
in
alert.
Phone Booth.
So rest in peace to those four legends. Some possibly legendary, more legendary than others, but nonetheless, 4 souls gone.
Yeah.
Very sad. So rest in peace.
Well, that's all very sad.
Yes,
Anyway,
it is sad. So I wanted to give a couple of updates from old Gab Chatter stories that we've covered on the show.
interesting.
Most recently, we talked about Megalopolis not having
Megalopolis.
Megalopolis. Yeah. Megalopolis. There we go. Now try to say that and then Metalocalypse back to back.
Metalocalypse. Megaloc.
Yeah. See, you can't do it.
Megalopolis, Metalocalypse. Ooh, got it. But yeah, so
Met a lot of lips.
we talked about how it didn't have a distributor, and it was this like
Yeah.
Just
$200 million movie that
It's just-
Coppola self-financed that no one wanted to pick up.
It's just out there.
Yeah, we talked about it on the episode with John and Eric as fill-in hosts. And they were both kind of reveling in the fact for some reason.
Oh yeah,
because
I remember them talking like fuck Francis.
Coppola's like, they're like,
Coppola.
yeah, fuck Coppola.
And they don't like-
And The Godfather.
Yeah, they don't like Godfather.
Yeah, for some reason. Well, update. It has a Lionsgate has been picked it up for distribution. And it'll be released on September 27th by Lionsgate
This year?
of this year. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if it's already done. Like,
Yeah. All you gotta do is put it in theaters. Just find a release date and put it in theaters, and that'll be it. So look for that in theaters in September, or maybe we'll do a field trip for it.
Maybe.
You'll see this ridiculous fakakta movie. All right, so that's a quick update on that. Second update, we talked about the Hellboy sequel that's coming out called Hellboy: The Crooked Man.
Oh yes.
oh, yeah.
Remember that a while ago? We're
That was
like
a
Crooked
long
Man.
time
I
ago.
don't remember that.
That was a long time ago.
It was just a really weird, like a small story we did, and we're like, the Crooked Man sounds like a horror movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the trailer,
Like the Bye Bye Man.
yeah, or the Slender Man, or the Hollow Man.
The Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, exactly. Or the Candy Man.
Oh God.
But apparently, so the trailer dropped, and it looks like a horror. It's basically set up like a horror movie.
Yes.
And it's written by the original creator, Mike Mignola, the original creator of Hellboy.
Comic book.
The comic book, the graphic novel book, whatever. And he basically, it's set in rural Appalachia. So it's basically like a
Appalachia.
It's like a backcountry
moonshining,
cousin fucking mystery to be solved.
wonderful whites of West Virginia.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a
And-
fun documentary.
And there's a small community that's haunted by witches. And
I guess there's a witch in the David Harbour Hellboy.
yeah, it's haunted by witches. And there's a local devil with a troubling connection to Hellboy's past.
Local devil.
The Crooked Man. Yeah. So I watched the trailer and it looks like pretty low budget.
Yeah, it does.
I didn't watch the trailer. I thought it was like a series or something, but I saw the picture of Hellboy and like how they massacred my boy.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was being written by the creator of Hellboy, but I did know that the story is based off of like an actual.
It's a story arc from the comic. Yeah. So I read it, some like people were talking like speculatory shit, like preemptive shit about the movie.
Yeah.
And then in the comments, people who actually read the comics were like, "No, this is a great storyline." It's like,
No, yeah, you don't get it.
yeah,
It's actually,
just give it a second.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm all for it. What worse can it do than what was that one Hellboy?
The 2019 with David Harbour.
Yes, that one. That one.
It's not terrible.
I didn't like it.
Did you watch it?
I still
I
haven't
watched
seen it.
When did you watch it?
I think I watched it.
I think you commented on it when you were streaming pick.
I didn't particularly like it, but
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. I heard it's like there's some good parts and some really shitty parts, but
Yes.
my favorite thing to come out of this whole new Hellboy is the picture of new Hellboy. He's like skinny and he's not as bright. It's like the saturation's turned down.
Yeah.
And someone posted that picture with a picture of Steve Carell from Anchorman when the woman sits in as the anchor and he looks over and goes, "You're not Ron."
Oh, I see. You're not
You'll
Ron.
never be Ron Perlman.
I know that's the standard.
Yeah.
That's the standard, unless they find someone else.
Yeah, so that's a new quick update on that. And then lastly, we talked about how Redbox was sold as in whole to Chicken Soup for the Soul Enterprises. Remember
I saw
that?
this,
Yes.
yeah.
We talked about that a long time ago on the
What
show.
a crazy name for a company.
It's like a Christian sort of values-based entertainment, middle America, Bible Belt bullshit. And, surprising, Redbox is now filing for bankruptcy after repeatedly missing payments and payroll. The company hasn't paid their employees in multiple weeks and owes money to almost everyone in Hollywood, racking up about $970 million in debt to date.
Yeah, I read that.
970. At what point do you stop lending money to Redbox?
Yeah.
Who lends money to Redbox?
If I wasn't getting paid, like I would just leave. I'd be like,
What do
"No."
Redbox employees do? Exactly.
They're the guys that are filling the machine.
Is that the only job?
There's dozens of them.
Yeah.
I assume there's like some sort of movie curator and movie licensing involved.
It's the guy from Blade, Pearl, the big fat vampire.
yeah,
He's just
yeah.
watching movies all day. It's like
Yeah.
that one goes in the box. That one goes to Tennessee.
This one goes in the Walgreens.
Yeah, Walgreens on Laguna.
I used to use Redbox quite a bit.
Yeah, me too.
Like back in like 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the high, I used it more for video games.
Yeah. It was really.
Once Blockbuster went away.
I
forgot
remember
about
it.
that game,
I remember it being super popular. It was like on every Walgreen storefront and
Yeah.
7-Eleven, and, what have you.
Yeah.
And now I see them once in a while. I'm like, what a relic.
I know. There's one still at the CVS down the street from here.
Yeah.
Bleached out. It's like a pink box now.
It's all faded and everything.
It's not red much anymore. So,
Yeah.
anyways, those are my news stories.
Cool. Tyler, what news stories do you have?
I'm the author. Ridley Scott opens up about losing control of Alien and Blade Runner franchises.
Oh.
So Ridley Scott, he did an interview with Vanity Fair, and he goes on to say, I was slow. This is him like complaining that he doesn't have as much creative control over the Alien and Blade Runner franchises, even though is it a franchise for Blade Runner? I thought there was only like 2 movies. Is there like a series maybe that I don't know about?
There's only 2 movies.
Yeah, there's just 2 movies.
They are making a 3rd movie.
They are.
Yeah.
Huh.
And
News to me.
there's a series of shorts.
I don't know if maybe after the first movie, once it's a sequel, maybe it's a franchise.
Yeah, what makes a franchise a franchise? How many movies does that?
I don't know.
Need?
So he goes on to say to Vanity Fair, I was slow out the starting gate. I mean, I should have done the sequels to Alien and to Blade Runner. You change over the years. At that time, I didn't want to go through it again. So oh my God, he calls James Cameron Jim. He says, I love this. I forgot he said this. So he says, so Jim Cameron came in and then David Fincher on Alien. I was regretful I didn't do Blade Runner 2049, although Denis Villeneuve did a good job.
What's his name?
Denis Villeneuve?
Hi, my name is Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. You got to put that French on it.
He said he did a good job, though. And then he says, I'm the author of 2 franchises. Most directors in Hollywood, certainly, let's say at my level, don't let that stuff go. Pretentious ass.
Oh my God.
I love Ridley Scott. He's such a dickhead.
Are you mental?
He's like the Werner Herzog of American cinema.
Even though he's British.
Yeah. Oh, is he British?
Yeah.
Oh, is Sir Ridley? Is he Sir
Oh,
Ridley
yeah.
Scott?
I think it is Sir Ridley Scott. Okay. Well,
I don't know. Every time I hear an interview with him, he just sounds like he's cussing in American.
But
Excuse me, sir. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So he goes on.
Boy, fuck off.
He goes on saying, but I did Alien as my second movie, so I didn't have much choice.
He is knighted.
And Blade Runner was my third movie, so I had no choice because I had very tough partners. It was kind of welcome to Hollywood. I was never told or asked. You can imagine I wasn't happy. Okay, so let's break this down.
This man
here
is
really
86
quick.
years old.
So I love the idea that he calls him Jim Cameron. That's such a power move.
Why?
that-
Why? That's what he goes by. He goes by Jim.
I've heard that before, Jim Cameron.
Yeah, people that work with Anthony Hopkins call him Tony.
Is that right?
Yeah, he goes by Tony.
I didn't know that was a commonplace thing because I always thought it was everyone referred to him as James Cameron.
That's his like
Director, professional
his,
name.
what's his,
But people call him
Stage
Jim.
name?
yeah.
Wow,
We
I
call
had
him
no
Jim on
idea.
the show because we're pals.
I just like the idea, like in his interview, he's like, "Oh yeah, Jim Cameron." Like
We should start calling him
it's so-
Ridley Rid.
Yeah.
I know what's a Rid.
I'm gonna call him Lee.
Lee.
Actually, you know what? I think that would probably be a good like short name for Ridley Scott. Lee Scott.
Lee Scott. Ooh, that's good. That sounds good. Actually.
Lee Scott Fitzgerald.
I like that.
But it's just like he gave up the reins, and he even says in the interview, "I was slow. I was slow to start. I was slow out the starting gate, I should say."
Yeah.
And so
you don't have the pull. It's like if that's his first movie,
yeah.
What?
Alien.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Was he said it was his first movie or second movie?
He said it was the second movie.
Alien?
So
Yeah.
imagine Alien's your second movie, and yes, I'm sure it was well received then and all this kind of stuff.
It was, yeah.
But still, it's not like you can be like, "This is my movie." It was still like he was the director, but he didn't write it,
Right.
and he didn't produce it. I'm sure he had the studio as the main backers.
I mean, he had a huge hand in it.
Yeah,
creating
the
it.
director. I mean, you have the vision of it.
I
but-
mean, he got H.R. Geiger to tag along the movie.
yeah, I don't know if H.R. Geiger was like well known back then or anything.
He did, before Alien, he did the Duelists. In
Duelists?
The Duelists.
Interesting.
Like dual lists, but one word.
And
So-
then he did Duel later, which was underrated.
So I think, like,
One of my favorites of that year.
I think the point, like, that I want to, and I agree with you, Pete, like, just because, like, he gave up the reins. Like, he didn't, it's not.
I'm just saying, I don't think it was really his choice.
What?
You think
after
he
the-
think he was strong armed into getting rid of his?
I don't even think they called him.
Was there even plans?
They
to,
didn't call.
No,
I don't think there was plans to even, at the time, even like make
it a franchise.
Aliens sequel or Alien sequel.
I mean, what I got from that interview, or like the short excerpt of that interview, is like, he's a little bit jealous. He's a little jealous that he has.
It would have been a different movie.
It would have. I mean, like, I'm not, and that's not to knock on his like directing abilities. He did The Last Duel, which was good.
Yeah,
He did the Duelists. Yeah, then the last duel.
Yeah, and then of course he did Alien and Blade Runner. Like, he's definitely a front runner as far as making iconic cinema. But like to like, you know, stomping your feet saying, I should be involved in every single project that has the word alien and the word Blade or the words Blade Runner in it.
He had he came back with Prometheus and Alien
Covenant.
Yeah. And Covenant. Yeah, that's right.
Angry Otter is in the chat. Hi,
Angry Otter.
What's up, buddy?
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So I think he's just acting like a petulant child, like to think that he is owed.
I think he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do as an 86-year-old man.
He's
being a grumpy old man.
Being an old bitch.
He's just directing movie after movie now. You got Last Duel, House of Gucci, Napoleon, and Gladiator 2 now coming out later this year. So it's not like he's not making stuff.
You need to mind your tone, Napoleon.
I think he just holds those two franchises very dear to his heart, and so when he sees other people doing
it would not 2049 would not have been as good.
No,
if he directed it.
That's the funny thing is that like Jim Cameron made a completely different
Jimmy
Cameron,
Jimmy C. He made a completely different movie than Lee Scott's movie.
Yeah,
but
Lee Scott.
But it was nickname all these directors.
But it was still like just a banger. I mean, Joseph doesn't like it, but everybody else agrees.
What?
Aliens.
Aliens? Oh, I like it. It's just not as good as
the first one.
Yeah.
I thought you said it was a 2.5 star movie.
No.
Okay.
But I think it kind of illustrates the inner workings of Hollywood. Like you can create something iconic and then they will like rip the rug right from you and say, yeah, you know what, you made something great. Now we're gonna work with it.
I'm gonna go somewhere else now.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll just say this. The Kid Detective, it's a movie I love, 2020. Talked about it a number of times on the show. I watched it on the plane going there because we downloaded a bunch of movies.
To Portugal?
Yeah. I asked my mom, I was like, what do you want to watch? Because it was just me and my mom traveling together.
My mom.
Me and my mommy. And I said, what do you want to watch? Because she's one of the people that gave me my love for movies. And I was like, what do you want to watch on the flight over there?
Let's watch Hereditary 3 times.
I asked her if she still likes the movie. She goes, I fucking love it. It's my favorite horror movie now.
Wow.
But I asked her, what kind of movies do you want to watch? And she goes, I'm so out of date with like new good movies. So just download some good new movies that you know I'll like.
Okay.
And
you know that she will like?
Yeah, I know her taste.
Do you have a good
I have a good barometer of what her taste is.
Okay.
And so we watched on the way there, we watched The Northman.
Nice.
She loved it. She's like, Alexander Skarsgård was like a fucking monster, which is true. And then we watched The Kid Detective, and like 5 minutes in, she's like, I don't think I'm gonna like this. And then by the end, she's like, this is amazing, great movie. And then we watched Unicorn Wars.
How did you? These weren't movies the plane offered.
No.
Oh, okay.
I prepped them ahead of time.
I was like, what? Unicorn Wars on the plane?
I had them pre-streamed, downloaded, or whatever onto my laptop, and I just brought my laptop and we put it on the fold down table, whatever.
Okay.
So we watched Unicorn Wars.
Like, wow, the library that they have.
No, and that was the risky one because there's like full on teddy bear penis number of times in that movie. There's like psychedelic like acid trip cartoon. But we watched those. She loved them all, and then on the way back, we watched Dune Part 1 and Part 2 back to back, and she loved that as well. But why did I bring that up?
I don't know.
Oh, The Kid Detective. So you're talking about the being ripped out. This project ripped out from you. So Evan Morgan is the writer and director of The Kid Detective, and Adrian Brody, not Adrian Brody, something Brody. Who's the guy that stars in that movie?
Oh,
from the OC.
Adam
Brody.
Adam Brody. Yeah.
Adam Brody was the producer as well. Once he got onto the movie, he ended up paying for a part of it, and those two are in control of that movie. No one's going to come into that and say we're going to make Kid Detective 2 and you're going to be cut out of it because he wrote and directed, and it's like his love child. Ridley Scott directed the movie, but it's not like he brought the whole story to them, looked for financing, made it from his passion project. He was hired to do this project for the studio.
Yeah.
Also, Blade Runner is a book, so
Yeah.
it's not like he's the author of his version of the book. But
What's the book called? Androids.
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah.
Philip K. Dick.
Philip K. Dick. PKD.
PKD.
Old PKD.
Fahrenheit 451. Also, he wrote that.
No, that's Ray Bradbury.
Yeah.
Well, close enough. Oh, actually, funny enough, Bradbury in the movie,
Jesus.
the original Blade Runner movie, the hotel at the end of the movie, or is the Bradbury Hotel.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
All right. I guess it is close enough.
Yeah, science fiction writer.
But
You guys are
anyway,
contemporaries.
so anyways, you were saying that Adam Brody.
I'm just saying, that's all I need to say. Is like Evan Morgan wrote and directed that movie. They're not going to take that away from him. That's his property. It's his intellectual
So
property.
it was self-funded. It wasn't like funded by a studio.
I'm sure it was, but it's still his intellectual property.
And
Oh, so it was
if a
like
director-
in his contract.
If a director is hired, if he wrote the movie and he directed the movie, he owns like the idea, the intellectual property of the movie.
Right.
If somebody else wrote the movie for a studio and the studio funded everything and then hired a director, Ridley Scott, to make this movie, it's like he may have been like the captain of the ship, but he doesn't own the property.
he doesn't own the ship.
Yeah, he doesn't own the ship.
Okay.
That's a loaner ship.
Yeah.
Because from my
lift.
from my understanding is if you're a creator that goes into a studio and you present this idea, like you pitch your script essentially, and they say, okay, we're gonna give you $60 million to make this movie. From my understanding is that because the studio gave you $60 million to make this movie, it's their movie, regardless of whether or not they came up with it. Is that
For the most part,
Yeah.
that's for the writer, because for the ownership of that IP, because no matter what, too, like it's one of the reasons why Garland became a director was because he was tired of the studios taking his written scripts and taking out the important parts. For,
okay, so I'm seeing the difference now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they'll just be scripts that studios have. They're like, we want to make a movie out of this, but we don't have a director. So like they'll try to find directors. Like, do you want to direct this? Do you want to direct this? And then until someone's interested in directing it.
Oh, I see.
Which is always something. I don't know why it perplexes me or dumbfounds me every time I hear it. I hear a director saying like, "So this script was written like 10 years ago, and it's being made now." And I'm like, "Oh, so." You weren't from the beginning part of the writing stage of this story. You're just picking up someone else's writing and turning it into a
lot of times
movie.
when they have like 3 writers on a credit, it's like the one person wrote the initial script and then 2 people punched it up and changed it.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while you'll hear this writer asked for his name to be removed because it was changed so much from his original script that he didn't even want his name attached to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think that's the part about movie making that the casual viewer might not even think about is like you go in if you're like a screenwriter and you're trying to make it into Hollywood and you're like, great, I optioned my script, I got paid for it, they're going to make a movie from it, and then you watch the final product and you're like, that's not that wasn't what I wrote. That's nothing like what I wrote, because it gets bastardized. The bones of the story are what they bought,
and that's why Garland went into directing, because he wanted to direct his own. He wanted to achieve his own vision that he imagined.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but God bless Ridley Scott. That old bastard.
Give me my movie back.
Well, you know, I gotta wonder, like, how does he keep himself alive? Like, he's so old.
Pure hate.
It's just the hate that keeps him alive, like Darth Sidious
and Dr. Pepper every morning.
Yeah, he keeps moving. He keeps making movies. The first year he doesn't make a movie, he's gone.
Yeah, the first. Oh man, yeah.
If I don't move, I die.
He's like a shark.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, anyways, that's. Actually, I did want to. I did want to bring. I did want to bring up something really quickly because I know we were going on. So I've been watching a lot of Batman the Animated Series from 1992.
Right.
Amazon's coming out with a new Batman the Animated Series called Batman the Caped Crusader. And it's going to be animated in like the style of the Batman the Animated Series, which I think is arguably the best form of media that presents Batman.
Okay.
I love that series.
Yeah. So I just wanted to put that out.
It was like
there.
that and gargoyles at the same time.
Gargoyles.
Loved gargoyles.
I remember watching it. I don't remember really anything about it though.
It's cool. Anyways, I'm done.
It's cool.
It's cool.
Check that out this September.
All right, cool.
Okay, that's it.
Yes.
Megalopolis and
Batman the Cape Crusader.
Cape Crusader.
Okay, my turn. Kind of in the Ridley Scott realm still, but focused on the Gladiator 2 production, which has, I assume, wrapped at this point, and now they're like approaching the end of their post-production because it's releasing in November, I think.
Yeah, that got to be then.
It's releasing actually on the same day that the new Wicked movie is releasing, so we have a
counter programming.
Yeah. It's this year's Barbenheimer, I guess.
Hell yeah.
So this is in regards to the fight scenes between Paul Mescal and Pedro Pascal. And Paul Mescal is the main character in this story of Gladiator 2. His character's name is Lucius. And
Lucius?
Lucius.
Lucius is the young boy from the first Gladiator.
No, he's Joaquin's son, right?
No, I think it's his nephew.
Nephew. That's right. And he's like Joaquin's trying to get with his sister or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy Romans.
Yeah. And this is from Pedro Pascal, quote, "I'd rather be thrown from a building than fight Paul Mescal again after Gladiator 2 production."
Oh my god.
I didn't know they're actually fighting.
So Pascal Mescal.
Do you think they did it on purpose? Just to fuck with us?
They call him PP for short. Pedro Pascal told Vanity Fair that Mescal's transformation into muscle-bound Lucius for the Gladiator 2 was a little bit more daunting than when it came to stunts. He got so strong, I would rather be thrown from a building than have to fight him again. To go up against somebody that fit and that talented and that much younger, it's brutal. I call him Brick Wall Paul.
Brick Wall Paul. That's a cool-ass name.
Yeah. Yet Pascal credited Mescal's performance for why he also endured the brutal scenes. Mescal told Vanity Fair that he was determined to look like a true warrior for the Roman Empire epic sequel. I just wanted to be big and strong and look like somebody who can cause a bit of damage when shit hits the fan. I think also sometimes one could, in striving for that perfect look, end up looking more like an underwear model than a warrior. Muscles start to grow, and that can be deemed aesthetic in certain capacities, but there is something about feeling strong in your body that elicits just a different feeling. You carry yourself differently. It has an impact on you psychologically in a way that is useful for the film. You feel like you have a presence, I guess, when you're that buff and that ripped.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a character that is a gladiator. With films like this and superhero films, there's sometimes a focus on that, which I don't find that interesting. Of course, there's a physical robustness required for the character, but past that, I'm not interested. This guy's got to fight and got to be a beast, and whatever that looks and feels like is right for me is what it's going to be. Sometimes I see films and I'm like, that person doesn't look real. So looking at other probably Thor type characters,
or Zac Efron from
Iron Claw. It doesn't look human.
He doesn't look real. He looks like an action figure.
He does.
Dipped in oil.
Like handsome Shrek. So yeah, I guess we're gonna be getting some pretty intense combat fight gladiator scenes in Gladiator 2, which is
it still amazes me that there's going to be a sequel to that movie.
It is strange.
And I guess it's still following this similar character, or the same character from the first one, from 24 years ago. Right?
I hope that Russell Crowe's in the sky, looking down on them.
Like Mufasa.
Yeah.
Simba. I remember hearing about Russell Crowe getting asked about Gladiator 2, and he's like, I don't know. I'm not in the movie. Stop asking me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's like, fuck off, dude.
I know. So the images came out of.
I think it looks good
from the movie. Some stills from the movie, and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty gritty. I was curious about the cast because Denzel Washington, Pedro Pascal, Paul Mescal, and some other people, and I was curious as to the roles that they would play and how it would look. But it looks pretty gritty, pretty intense.
It looks good.
And Gladiator, the first Gladiator, has such a cool look to it. It's a really epic, just looking Roman movie. Like, it's just fun to watch and fun to look at, and but it's also filled with really great performances.
We haven't had a Roman movie in a while.
I mean, well, I guess we're kind of getting another one with Megalopolis, which is like based on
like a
modern Roman epic set in just like the future. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Gladiator 2 more than Megalopolis.
Yeah.
That's exciting, and especially hearing like Pedro Pascal was scared.
I heard a quote from Paul Mescal that said, "I'm going to get buff, but I don't want to become a sex symbol."
Yeah.
Which is always funny when people like decide to start going to the gym. They're like, "I want to get buff, but not too buff," you know?
I don't want to get like beefy.
You're
buff.
like, just let's have that conversation with yourself after like 3 months.
Yeah, first of all,
first day.
get to the first stage of being buff.
You're buying clothes to go to the gym. You're like, I don't want to get too buff.
What if I get huge?
I know.
What if I get huge in like 2 weeks? These clothes aren't going to fit me. It's like buying clothes for an infant.
Yeah.
They're going to grow out of it really quickly. But yeah, so Brick Wall Paul.
Brick Wall, great name.
Some ferocity in his performance.
Yeah, great name.
So I've only seen him in After Sun, and that was a very not a Roman epic movie. So
No. Yeah, it's a strange
trajectory.
Yeah, it's a strange trajectory.
He went from doing normal people that show about love, I guess, or breakups and stuff.
Ordinary people?
Ordinary people or normal people?
I don't know.
To After Sun, an A24 drama movie, to now this epic.
He's a great actor. I like him.
Yeah, he's good. So we have that to look forward to. But yeah, I don't have anything else. That's it for Gab and Chatter. Let's get into some stream picks.
Movies.
Wanna watch a movie?
Yes, I do.
Disney Plus. Oh, HBO Max.
If I don't get the pick, show's over.
I have grown accustomed to Hulu Plus.
Amazon Prime.
I like Netflix.
You found the pick.
Stream picks, movies from that we watch on our streaming services, so that you can watch or not watch them as well. Pete?
All right, let's see what we got. I did not watch
streaming on United Airlines.
Yeah, United Airlines. You know what's really funny is we watched when we were watching Dune. We settled in. We got on my laptop, completely disconnected from the rest of the plane.
Right.
No headphones. I actually figured out a way how
you
to
use no headphones. You blasted it. For
I was just playing it on the speakers. No, I figured out a way how to get two Bluetooth headphones to be connected to the laptop at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's built into a section called Audio MIDI Setup on MacBook.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
And it's like you create a new input and you tether both Bluetooth headphones.
That's cool.
And you have to add them both, and it's not quite as loud. It like splits the audio, dumps it down a tiny bit.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're watching Dune Part 1 on the way back, and I look over, and the guy sitting right in front of my mom's seat, I could see through the little crack. He's watching Dune Part 1 too, and he's like 1 minute behind us.
Oh, whoa.
It was crazy. I'm like, hey, look. And she stuck her head out. She's like, what the fuck?
It's funny.
Yeah, every time they made an announcement, though, they blank out the screen, so he got further and further behind us.
Oh, he was watching it on...
He was in the plane. He was watching it in the headrest. So, all right, I'm going to go, as is tradition, as I've been doing the last few weeks, worst to first.
Okay.
Worst to best. And this first one, no stinkers this week.
Okay.
But when I got home yesterday and I weathered or 2 days ago, I weathered my fever, and I decided yesterday to actually get all my clothes clean and get everything packed away and cleaned up and all that stuff, and kind of hit the reset button. And I watched War Dogs on Netflix from 2016.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Miles Teller, Jonah Hill movie. So this movie is streaming on Netflix. It says, based on the true story of two young men, David Packouz and Ephraim Diveroli, who won a $300 million contract from the Pentagon to arm America's allies against Afghanistan. So it's directed by Todd Phillips also, which I did not realize.
Oh, interesting.
And it's almost impossible to watch this movie and then not compare it to Lord of War with Nicolas Cage.
That's what I was thinking.
And it kind of feels like it wants to be that at certain times, and other times it wants to be like 21, that movie with...
The casino movie?
Yeah, the casino movie. Like, it's very like kind of snappy and fast-moving editing and this sort of stuff. But Miles Teller's character, David Packouz, he's just living in Miami and he's like giving massages, and that's how he's making his living. And his fiance or wife or whatever is very young Anna de Armas. This is her second movie after Knock Knock, that home invasion thriller with
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah. And I read, and that was in 2015. This is 2016. I read in that movie, she didn't speak any English and she just memorized her lines.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so she did the Ron Perlman thing.
Yeah, she did the Ron Perlman. So she's in this, and long story short, he's not making a bunch of money, and his like childhood friend shows up at a funeral that they're both at, and he goes, "Oh shit, fucking Ephraim's over there." Ephraim
Winslow.
And he's like, everyone's like, yeah, he's kind of a fuck up and blah 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 blah. And
kind of a war dog.
And yeah, they he hooks up with him and he's like, hey man, how you been? Blah blah blah. We should get some weed and hang out. And he goes, yeah, I know a guy. So Ephraim pulls up in his BMW and he runs out to go like buy some weed at this like trap house in this shitty neighborhood. And the guy's not home, and some dudes are sitting on the back of a car in the parking lot, and he's like, hey, well, you trying to buy some weed? He goes, yeah. He goes, well, I'll sell it to you. I sell it to him. And so he comes out and he goes, I'll get an ounce, $300. He gives him a $300.
$300.
He gives him a $300 for an ounce. And he's like,
highway robbery.
The guy goes, he pretends basically like he never seen him before, and he doesn't give him the weed. He's like, where's my weed? He goes, what are you talking about? I've never seen him before in my life. And he just basically steals his money.
Just robs him.
And he goes, oh, okay, I see how it is. And this is full peak of fat Jonah Hill. He's the biggest I've ever seen him in this movie.
Oh.
And he walks to the trunk of his car and pulls out like an Uzi and just...
I've seen that scene before.
Shoots it in the air, and he's like, what now? And he never gets his weed. He just throws it in the trunk of his car and drives away. And his friend's like, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, that's okay. I got a class 3 assault rifle license. Like that allows you to shoot bullets in the air. So anyways, it gives you an idea who the character is. And it's like...
Unhinged.
Yeah, he's unhinged. He's just a kind of power trip. And what he does is he buys money. He buys guns from seized police auctions. And then he goes on this public government, U.S. government website where they have contract bids. And he says, we don't want the whole pie, we just want the crumbs. So they leave all the big contract bids for the big arms dealers.
Yeah.
And then he takes the really small ones that no one wants, and he fills those with these guns he bought for cheap off of police auctions.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that seems like a pretty good business opportunity.
Yeah.
And they're making good money like that, but they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then they take these really big bids, and shit goes wrong. He's selling this couple cases of Berettas to the Afghan police to force through the military. They get held up in Jordan. They have to fly to Jordan and then drive them through the triangle of death, through the desert, through Islamabad, and through all these crazy places. And they get into all these shenanigans, and it's it's crazy. It's fun. And it's not like the best movie, but it's entertaining. So yeah, I had fun with it. It's like a 3.5 star movie. I like Miles Teller and Jonah Hill's they're both doing great in it. And guess what? There's a falling out between them.
In real life?
I think in real life and in the movie, because it's based off a true story. So that's pretty fun. That's streaming on Netflix, called War Dogs. Next up, rewatch. Won't spend a whole lot of time with it because it's a short movie. And if you haven't seen Kung Fury, you should go out and absolutely watch it right now. It's not, if you look on Just Watch, it's not streaming anywhere for free, but I found it on Daily Motion. So, and for free.
Wasn't it on YouTube for a while?
I don't know. Maybe
I thought it was.
Maybe it was, but it was on Netflix for a long time.
Yeah.
And but I found it on Daily Motion with ads, and it had like 2 ads, and then it didn't play anything after that. So I'll put the link in the show notes for that. This movie is bananas. It's so ridiculous, and the story of it is super fun. It's directed by David Sandberg, also starring David Sandberg as the title character, Kung Fury. It takes a cop from the future to fight an enemy from the past. During an unfortunate series of events, a friend of Kung Fury is assassinated by the most dangerous kung fu master criminal of all time, Adolf Hitler, a.k.a. Kung Führer. Kung Fury decides to travel back in time to Nazi Germany in order to kill Hitler and end the Nazi Empire once and for all. This also has Jorma Taccone in it, which I don't even know who he played. Oh, he plays Adolf Hitler. What the fuck? Oh. That does not look like Jorma.
Weird.
So this is basically like Astron 6, the guys that made Manborg and all those, Psycho Gorman and stuff. It's like their early stuff. all shot on green screen, dubbed over ADR, made on purpose to look shitty. And it's basically like a 80s neon-soaked, Miami Vice style wet dream. And it's super ridiculous. It's super fun, and it does not take itself seriously whatsoever.
Yeah.
He gets paired up with a partner named Triceratop. It's just a Triceratop face on a human body.
Nice.
At one point, and Hitler comes to the present, he takes someone's portable phone and he calls the chief of police, and then he goes, "Is this the chief of police?" He goes, "Yes." And he goes, "Fuck you!" And he shoots into the phone, and the bullets start coming out the other side of the phone and killing everyone in the police station. So it's that type of movie.
Yeah.
So absolutely worth your time for Kung Fury. It's like 20 minutes, I think. It loses a little steam at the end, but it's super fun. Next up, paying off a 2-year-long debt to Michael Greaves, Joseph's brother. Delicatessen from 1991. This movie is super weird. It's directed by, it's a directing duo, actually. It's Jean-Pierre Jeunet, who did Very Long Engagement and Amélie, and then Marc Caro, C-A-R-O. And they used to be like a duo. And I messaged Binge Lord Dan about it because that was his recommendation, A Very Long Engagement. So who's this other guy? And apparently they were pals back in the day. And then after Alien Resurrection, they kind of split up.
Don't call me. Don't come by my house.
So this feels like, it feels like a Terry Gilliam movie. Like 100% feels like a Terry Gilliam movie.
Yeah.
It's like sepia-soaked, feels like an alternate future where food is rationed and people can't get meat. They can't get barely anything. There's like everybody's basically currency is like food sort of thing. And it all takes place in an apartment building. And this guy shows up, and in A Very Long Engagement, it's the guy who she kept going to his cottage. It was like her stepdad or step-uncle or something like that.
Yeah. That kind of odd-looking guy?
Yeah, goofy-looking dude.
Yeah, the guy from Resurrection as well. He's like in that chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's him. And he's like the main character, and he comes to this building to try to get a work as like a handyman at this butcher at the Delicatessen. And the guy who runs the place is like this maniacal, super evil guy, and there's cannibalism afoot, and he's killing the tenants of the building sometimes, and it's all kind of hush hush. But it's a very limited storytelling sort of aspect because it's all set in this apartment building, and it seems to be like best paired with some like really wild. It really works with these like Gilliam-esque camera techniques.
Yeah.
Very like a lot of Dutch angles, a lot of like fisheye, a lot of in-your-face moments. And it's almost like a series of vignettes in all these different apartments. You get to know this weird-ass couple, this woman who keeps trying to kill herself in elaborate ways, but it keeps getting foiled at the very last second. Her husband walks in and supposed to like set off this Rube Goldberg device, which ends up electrocuting her in the bathtub, and it really saves her life. And then there's like these underground surface dwellers, which are like the resistance. And they're trying to like get food from the people that have to give them to the not have-nots, much like Demolition Man.
Yeah.
But it's super fun. It's ridiculous storytelling. It always has a very dark twist to everything. And it was really enjoyable. It was a little grotesque at times.
Oh.
And a little like kind of hard to watch because it's very like in your face and a very like hot and wet feeling, It's like a dirty, grimy sort of vibe the whole time.
Okay.
This apartment is constantly falling apart.
Yeah.
And but the villain is a very good villain. He's like the butcher that runs the whole place, and he's detestable. Detestable. He's disgusting. And I think it's his daughter is like who ends up being his love interest, the main guy's love interest. And he's a former circus performer, so he's always kind of doing tricks and kind of stuff. And they're playing music together, and there's some really like charming, delightful stuff in there. But the opening scene, like the title sequence, is really impressive just in itself. So the second the movie plays, you get this like sweeping title sequence that leads to the title of Delicatessen, and it's like a bunch of stuff, mishmash, like hodgepodge and bric-a-brac, whatever, on a table. And it's like zooming through stuff, and there's people's names spelled out on tiles, and in reflective lettering and this and that, and it's like this one continuous shot. It's all, you can tell it's all practical. It's 91, so the CGI would be very obvious.
Yeah.
And it's really good. So
Okay.
I'm gonna watch City of Lost Children. I wanted to watch it on the trip, but I got like 10 minutes into it with Brianna, and she's like, "Nope, I'm not gonna watch it." That one's even more grotesque. There's like children burping into the camera and like a lot of like, it's very dystopian.
Interesting.
So I think that's one I'm gonna have to watch alone.
She just turned off by burping, belching.
Brianna does not. She doesn't have the ability to burp.
Oh yeah, that's right. Fun fact.
Nor should she doesn't like children.
She doesn't mind children. She doesn't want her own. So Delicatessen, I had to. It's on streaming on Hoopla if you have a library card, but I had to rent it because I do not.
Wait, library card for Hoopla?
Hoopla, that's how you sign up for Hoopla.
I thought that was Canopy. Also Hoopla?
Both, yeah.
Oh.
They're both like that.
Interesting.
I rewatched Borat, Cultural Learnings of America for Make Benefit Glorious Nation of Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah.
Sacha Baron Cohen is a fucking G for making that movie, and it is so offensively racist in so many ways.
Yeah.
The entire time, his like aversion to Jews is so over. I can't believe he's face to face with the nice Jewish couple and their bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when I first watched that movie, like it's shocking to say the least.
It is,
because it's so over the top. Especially like when he's out in public and he's like talking to people. He's like, "What, women can drive?"
Yeah.
Like just like I don't even know how to explain it other than just over the top, like misogynistic, racist shit.
It's like all the stereotypes that people think about like Eastern Europe or certain parts of the world magnified like 10 times and put into one character, but he's oblivious to it. And it's almost like you can't be mad at him because that's just what they believe in that part of the world, even though it's not.
And that's what
he's just a character.
And that's what the people who were like, they unwillingly participating in this documentary, they were trying to treat him with empathy because they didn't come from his culture. Like you could see that like they weren't getting like offended. They were trying to be understanding.
He's not from there.
I know. It's funny. They're like, well, he's foreign. He doesn't know who'd be better. It's like it's a fake guy. It's a fake character.
Yeah.
Getting some text messages.
Go down to the messages down the bottom, and then
settings.
Right, or control click on that one.
This.
Yeah, and then you can go mute. Hide alerts. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
So I really liked. I mean, that was kind of like the heyday, like that, because Jackass was out too.
This was 06. So this was like a little after Jackass. I mean, it was still making the movies and stuff, but the show was, you know,
the show was kind of fizzled out. But like the movies,
I remember this, like the little interstitials of the interviews and stuff being longer, like 5 to 10 minutes each, but they're really only like 30 seconds to 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
You know, rewatching it. So it lost a little bit of a pep and step compared to like, you know, the films that came after that of similar nature. But still, there's like 5 to 10 scenes that are just absolutely gut busting funny.
Yeah.
I don't know how he made the sequel without people knowing. And that was a point in the movie, wasn't it? Because people had already.
He basically had to go in as Borat in character, in a disguise.
Yeah.
And then also the main character in the movie was his daughter.
Yeah.
Was Maria Bakalova as his daughter.
Yeah.
Mm.
So she was the main character, and they're basically like, go out and be Borat's daughter.
Yeah. that was a funny movie. I like that.
Yeah, but all this stuff, like when he goes to the garage sale and he's like, pull over here. There's a gypsy made camp in front of this house. He's like, do not fear me, gypsy. I just need your tears. Cry into my bottle.
I love the Muppet.
Not wrong.
Oh, that's a Jew.
It's so ridiculous. So, anyways, that's streaming on Hulu. Worth a rewatch. Don't tell me what. I don't know why I wanted to rewatch it, but I just did.
Man, I feel like watching Borat right
Yeah,
now.
I really go for some Borat. Next one. This is a completely out of the left field movie, and it was being posted all over Twitter for the 4th of July.
Really?
Yeah, because it's called Blowout from 1981. This is Brian De Palma's, early Brian De Palma. And this is streaming on Amazon Prime, Freevee, Hoopla, the Criterion Channel, Pluto TV, Roku, and Tubi. And do you guys know anything about this movie?
No.
I know John Travolta's in it.
John Travolta's in it, yeah.
Yeah.
John Travolta, 1981, like I said, directed by Brian De Palma, also featuring Nancy Allen, John Lithgow, Dennis Franz, Peter Boyden, and John Aquino. So basically, John Travolta is a Foley guy for low-budget slasher. And
he's an audio dude.
Yeah, he's an audio guy. And he's trying to find the perfect scream for this slasher movie they're making. It's this low-budget, shitty slasher movie. And he like works above like a porno theater, so it's like real skeezy.
Yeah.
And he's out one night trying to pick up Foley, and he's like getting conversation from. He's got the shotgun mic, and he's picking up. He's on like a little bridge at a park next to a pond. And he's like recording a conversation of two people like making out on the waterfront. Yeah. And then he's recording an owl hooting away, and then he hears a blowout, a tire blowout, and he points his microphone over there, and he sees his car veer off the road and into the pond, and he sees two people inside, so he dives in and he saves the woman in the passenger seat. The guy in the driver's seat's got banged his head on the door or whatever.
He's gone for.
He's already looks like he's dead.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, he looks dead. And then
it shows his face, and it looks like his head was caved in.
Oh, okay.
So. Anyway, so he pulls a girl out and saves her, and then after that, it turns out he's in the center of this assassination plot. The guy that died was governor of New York.
The guy that died was the governor of New York?
Yeah, and he was like running for president.
What the fuck?
So what it was I won't give all of it away, but it's basically like the girl in the passenger seat was a hired prostitute. And they were setting him up. They were going to take pictures of them two together.
Oh, character assassination.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a character assassination, but the guy that was setting the whole thing up, John Lithgow, took a lot of liberties with it, and he's like, "We're just going to blow his tire out."
Actually assassinate.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an interesting thing because you have Lithgow's conversation with the people who hired him, and they're like, "This is not what we agreed to," and he goes, "Well, I took some liberties."
I took some liberties.
He's like, "You don't have to worry about the candidate anymore, right?" And he's like, "But we didn't want to." And he's like, "Well, I still got some loose ends, so I'll talk to you later."
He's the bad guy in Cliffhanger, right?
Yep, and Raising Cain, another Brian De Palma movie.
Raising Cain is just his another personality, right? Like a Jekyll and Hyde thing.
Yeah, he's got split personalities. We got an anonymous tip that he was buying babies.
Yeah.
So anyways, so Travolta's like in the thick of it.
Yeah.
That's his whole, he's in it. And he doesn't, they're basically, everyone's telling him, don't even say there was a girl in the car. You know, his family doesn't need to know that he was running around on his wife and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And he just wants to tell the truth. And he gets caught in it, and he's trying to skip town, make her skip town. And it's shot really, really well. This is shot fantastically. There's so many split diopter scenes in this that really work. It's not just for the show of it. And then there's a final scene with it's because it takes place on the 4th of July, or Liberty Day in Philadelphia, not it's a Pennsylvania, governor of Pennsylvania, not New York. And it takes place on like the finale's on the waterfront, and the fireworks are going off, and there's a final scene when it's his face silhouetted against the sky of these fireworks going off, and it's like this 180 full pan shot, like it's a weird angle, and it's like, I don't know how they got that shot, but it's a beautiful shot. So
okay,
a cinematographer's dream to watch this movie.
Blowout,
yeah, 1981.
Blowout,
great thriller.
I thought cocaine was involved somehow.
Yeah, it's a weird. Apparently, it's based off of another movie called Blow Up.
Oh,
yeah, from like the 50s.
Blow down.
Yeah, so the next one, we're gonna get blow in.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of the last like new one that I watched. I rewatched Fight Club. I won't spend any time on that, but it's streaming on where is this? Hulu as well, and it's so fucking good. Still,
yeah,
it's so good. I love Fight Club. It's so good.
Too. Yeah. What?
You love Fight Club?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Could have sworn you said it was mid.
Well, I mean,
I love mid movies.
Yeah,
Tyler loves mid movies.
Like I said, that's exactly. I think Fight Club is.
You said it was fine. That's what you said.
Yeah, it is. It is fine, but I think it gets a little bit overblown. Like it's
overhyped.
Overhyped, yeah. Because I mean, the story's tight. I think it's an interesting take on the whole. Someone's there, but you don't know if they're there, and then the twist is The twist is you can see it coming from a mile away.
When I was younger, I had no idea, but watching it as an adult, I'm like, yeah, if I were to watch this in my 30s, I would see the twist coming from 10 kilometers away.
Yeah.
But it doesn't detract from the movie
what
at
I
all.
felt about The Sixth Sense.
Really?
But watching it with someone who'd never seen it before, I'm like, it's so obvious. How do they not know? And then when the reveal came, he was like, what? It blew his mind.
In regards to The Sixth Sense, I hate that it became like a cultural, like a pop cultural icon thing to be like, I saw a ghost or something like that.
I see dead people.
Yeah, I see dead people. Like it kind of like us as a society spoiled The Sixth Sense when it came out.
Yeah, I guess. But didn't you watch that with Joe Man recently?
Yeah, he like last year or something, and
he didn't know about the twist.
He didn't know about the twist. He'd never seen the movie before, and that's when the whole time we were watching it, I was like, how does he not know? The signs are there.
Yeah.
Like,
they're pretty obvious signs too.
But it's hard to like put your head back into the mindset of like not knowing the twist.
Yeah.
And like their perspective of it. Because I'm like, it's obvious, but that's because I know already.
Yeah. The dinner scene where the wife is sitting at the table and like leaves and says like happy anniversary or happy birthday or whatever was like, when I rewatched it, I'm like, it's so good because it looks like
she's just ignoring him.
Yeah, exactly. Like she's pissed at him. And
it was funny because like when we were watching it, he was like, damn, bitch. He's trying to say sorry. Give him a break.
That's funny. Heather's in the chat and she says about blowout, she says it took blow up and then added Chappaquiddick. Chappaquiddick. Is that the river? We don't know.
Pennsylvania
East Coast
geography.
Stuff. Honestly, this is how stupid I am when it comes to geography, Heather. I'm looking at the plane on the little device that tells you how close you are to the East Coast as we're getting ready to land at Dulles, and I'm zooming in. I'm like, Virginia's right there. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, all those states are so close together.
I know,
and they're small. Anyway,
it's weird. The East Coast is a weird place.
I'll be seeing it shortly.
Yeah, you will. So anyways, Fight Club, streaming on Hulu, worth a rewatch. Super fun.
All right.
Marla, what's her name? Marla Singer.
Marla Singer.
Singer was like, I had such a weird broner for her when I was a youngster.
Helena Bonham Carter.
I was like,
what
I
babe.
want that crackhead energy.
Now she looks like a witch.
You want that crazy puss.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Tyler. Right, you were done? That's all you had? Pete?
That's it.
Okay, cool. Tyler. How many movies did you watch? Can I count them on one hand, two hands?
1.5 movies.
All right.
1.5.
There we go.
Yeah, 1.5 movies. I'll get into the half movie that I watched after this one. So,
okay.
I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Like, I had a very tough week. I have a severely sprained ankle. It's been over 100 degrees. I work outside.
I need my ankle to watch movies.
and so I think it was on Tuesday night. I just had such an awful time at work, and I came back home and it was already dark, and I plopped myself in front of my computer, and I was scrolling through HBO Max to see like I want to watch a new movie, but like my eyes were like halfway open. I was like, I don't even know if I could pay attention to a new movie right now. So where do I go to? I go to The Lighthouse.
Oh,
I haven't.
Of course.
I hadn't seen it in a while, and so I watched The Lighthouse on HBO Max, and yes, and but when I was watching it though, I challenged myself because I thought this movie was like a perfect movie. And so
hold on a second, Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
I have to delete these recordings here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do all those. We're running out of space. And then
empty it.
Are you gonna even use those?
Huh? These? No, this is from last week.
Go to
oh no, so that's not from last week.
And then go to the middle,
this one.
And then go to on the little sidebar right there.
Here?
OBS recordings.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hit delete those too. Source
great
stream
recordings.
recordings. Yeah.
Great content right here.
Yeah, you're getting behind the scenes live streamers.
Yeah,
great content.
I didn't have time to prep. And this is I'm considering upgrading this Studio Mac because there's just once I installed Adobe Creative Suite on here, I lost like all my storage space.
This is still recording. Okay, cool. All right.
And start one more time.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. Okay.
All right. Continue.
Okay, so you watched The Lighthouse.
I watched The Lighthouse after a hard day's worth of work.
Okay.
And when I started it, it's like my comfort. It's like junk food to me, like comfort food. And I've always said, "Oh, this is like the perfect movie." I think that I can't find any flaw in it. So upon watching it this time, though, I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could find any flaws in this movie.
Where are the cracks in this movie?
And I did find one.
Oh.
And
what kind of flaw?
So Robert Eggers, he likes to be historically accurate.
Yeah.
And he draws a lot of inspiration from old folk tales. And I'm familiar with like some of the folk tales he uses in The Lighthouse. And when you know those folk tales, it almost seems like a ripoff. It doesn't seem inspired. It just seems he just took something out of a folk tale or like an old painting and just threw it into this movie. Now, to the untrained eye, like it feels that it's inspired. But if you know about these old folk tales and like there's like an old painting that he like pretty much shot for shot recreates.
Where he's got the light going into his eyes.
Yeah,
the naked
I
guy.
love that painting. I want that print. But
You should get that tattooed on your flesh.
Oh man, that would be cool.
Right across your chest. Right there.
Across my chest. So that I challenged myself because I like always defended this movie. So now looking at it in that sort of lens, it doesn't take away from the movie, but it's glaring how it's not inspired. It's essentially just a ripoff. And I don't mind that because the movie is well done and it's well crafted.
Well, I like your challenge to yourself to try to find fault in a movie that you find blameless.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that on the way here to record, because I was thinking about it, I was thinking to myself, I don't know, that's really nitpicky. Like that is a very nitpicky thing to do.
It's a good sign of a good movie, though.
But I met someone who like majored in like folklore in college one day, and he knew all about it. So I was like, I imagined someone who went to school for that, just watching The Lighthouse and just saying, "Oh, this is just a ripoff of this, that, and the other."
Is it a ripoff if the source material is just written?
Well, I mean, I guess when I say ripoff, I mean it's to be said that it's inspired by these.
Who says that?
What do you mean?
Who says it's inspired by?
The critics. I don't know. Like I've seen it on the internet.
Eggers.
Yeah.
Did Eggers say this was inspired by?
I mean, I don't know ad verbatim if he had said that, or verbatim, but it's obvious that he was inspired by it.
Right.
But it seems so very blatant that when I think of inspired, I think you know the source material and then you kind of make it your own.
Sure.
When I watched The Lighthouse, it was verbatim of what these tales that he was like pulling out to make this movie. Again, it doesn't change the film for me in any way, but it was obvious that it went over my head after the 50th time I watched it.
Well, I'm going to restore faith in your beloved movie because like 95% of like big budget movies and like popular movies are based off of other things.
Well, I mean, like there's only like 5 stories you can tell, so I mean,
that's why they had the adapted screenplay versus original screenplay at the Oscars, you know.
And then I watched that streaming on HBO Max.
How'd you like it?
I mean, still 8+ banger.
Okay.
And then I started watching a very, very morbid documentary last night.
Oh, really?
It's called Black Metal Veins. This is not streaming anywhere.
That sounds cool, though. Cool name.
It is a cool name.
I found it on the dark web.
I didn't find it on the dark web,
Silk Road.
but the website that you can watch it on is called effedupfilms.com.
Effedupfilms.com.
Yeah.
Sounds like a website I'd go to in the high school.
Yeah,
Right.
for real.
And so it's this came out in 2012. I mean it's a tough watch to get through. It's like a pseudo documentary because there's some things that like are fictitious, but it's about a group of heroin addicts who are like black metal fanatics. And the drug use that the documentary guy films is very real. Like their whole lifestyle is very real. Like, you know, they're doing crack, they're shooting up. Some of the like, I could only get halfway through it because it's so depressing.
Really?
Yeah. There's this one girl who she was a crack addict and a heroin addict, and she had a boyfriend.
Crack and heroin.
She had a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend who's in the Navy, and the boyfriend gave her $1,200. And she spent it in like 3 days
on heroin
and crack.
It's a high quality heroin and crack.
And they were doing an interview with her like in this like really like trap housey apartment. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm not trying to push the needle into me anymore. I'm just gonna try to stick with crack." And I was just like, "Oh God, that's someone's daughter." That's someone's daughter.
Yeah.
And like the guys were creeping on her too because she was the only female there. And it's very, very shocking because it's real. That's the reality of like drug addicts and that sort of environment. I had to turn it off though because I was about to go to bed and I was thinking to myself, I don't know if this is the thing I want to watch before I sleep.
I want to do crack.
I do. Well, they have, and it's funny because at the beginning of the documentary, they have a disclaimer saying we're not promoting drug use or anything like that. We're not promoting any of the behavior between these 5 people.
Sure, it's just documenting it.
Yeah, and
it's important to show that.
And I did do a little bit of research on
red
it.
asphalt of drugs.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I did a little bit of research on it as well. The director's name is just ridiculous. Hold on,
Mike Cock.
No, it is Lucifer Valentine.
Okay, that's not a real name.
Lucifer Valentine.
Yeah. That's a fake name.
Yeah, well, I know, but I mean, I thought that was hilarious. Like, it was just some edgy teenager
like
guy.
a
He's a
band
piece
name.
of shit. Actually, well, so that's what I was gonna bring up. Is there's a lot of like rumors going around that there was a bunch of abuse behind the scenes inflicted by the director. And that he was
on this documentary.
Yeah, and he was enabling these kids as well.
Oh, he's like pushing.
Here, take
them.
this so I can get the shot.
Yeah, he was like,
Damn.
But
Sounds like that doesn't sound like the Lucifer Valentine that I know.
You're telling me Lucifer Valentine is capable of something like that?
Yeah. But I do plan on finishing it. It's just it's a hard watch because
it's not that bad.
Well,
that's what the director said. Come on, it's not that bad.
Well, go watch it
Here.
on effedupfilms.com.
Here, take this.
I don't like you.
Take this.
Is it effed up like EFFED, or are you just euphemising?
No, it's EFFED.
Tyler, find the link for me and text it to me so I can put it in the show notes.
Okay, I will.
So no payoffs for either of our stream picks.
You know, I really wanted to, but I was just so exhausted. I decided
I would put this fucked up documentary on instead.
that was on a whim.
Okay.
I don't know why I did it.
It's been 2 weeks.
I found it on a Letterboxd list, and so I was like, "Oh, this looks interesting. It has black metal, and it's a documentary." I was like, "Oh shit!"
Well, I'm proud of you, Tyler, for watching a new movie last week. A shitty assigned movie, but
I know. I will be going through the list of streaming picks.
it's not like Joseph, or I forced that upon you. You suggested it willingly.
Yeah, I know
that you'd watch our streaming picks.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not giving up on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm still doing it.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you. Anyways,
so are you gonna watch Blacked Out Veins?
Oh, God. I'll watch
Metal
the
Veins.
Black Metal Veins.
But yeah, that's all I have. I mean, like I was watching The Bear too. That show is just phenomenal.
It's good.
Yeah, I think the season 3 is a little bit weaker, but it's still really good regardless. And been keeping up with The Boys, which has been pretty good.
Joe Bridges says that The Bear is the best show on television.
Like
Currently?
today? I mean, currently,
yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. So. But anyways, that's all I got.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right,
bring us home.
Paying off both of your guys' stream picks.
Yeah, all right.
Starting off high, American Fiction.
Sweet.
Streaming on Prime. I knew it was gonna be pretty good, but I didn't realize that it was gonna be really good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I loved it.
It's a movie that I wouldn't expect to take the amount of turns that it does in the story, especially like in the beginning. I'm like, oh, that's tragic.
It happens very fast.
That's also tragic.
Yeah.
This guy's family is fucked.
Yeah.
And along with like all like kind of the sad and somber stuff that happens to him or around him in the movie, it's blended with like very good humor.
Yeah.
And Joseph Bridges, I think, had a good review on it.
Pandering.
A movie about pandering that is also pandering.
Perfect encapsulation.
Because it's like not even like a negative thing about the movie, I don't think, because there is one scene where American Fiction, we talked about the story already, but the main character played by Jeffrey Wright is in a panel of book critics to select a winner for I don't know, whatever, not Nobel Peace Prize, but some
Peace Prize,
some literary award.
It's some literary award.
Yeah.
And it's him and another black author who she's like a mainstream.
She was the one who
more popular black author.
She was the one who wrote the book that he detests.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of his book, his fictional book? I mean,
it changes to fuck.
I know, but before that, it was another funny name. It was like,
it was
me and Tyler.
My Pathology.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
my
my
pathology.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So there's a panel of like 5 people, and they're the only 2 black people on that panel, and the other 3 are white. And they're like ranking the books. There's like 10 nominations, and they're ranking the books on like who should get the award. And the 3 of them choose his book, which he also detests. He wrote as like a parody almost, as like a fuck you to like,
it was like
white audiences and to the and to publishers. And the 3 white people are saying, you know, we should really listen to black voices on this one, and they're ignoring the 2 black voices in the room.
I cringed so hard.
It was like an obvious like line, but it was like really well placed and really well like played for the movie. And Sterling K. Brown's character, kind of like a little bit of a loose cannon for a lot of the movie.
Yeah.
A divorced,
recently out gay man.
Not drug addict, but he's like going down a path.
He partakes
right now. He gives a really good performance for a little bit that he's in the movie.
Yeah.
And they have good interactions. The beach scene after the first big turn, when he's giving that speech that was written for him or written to be read for everybody, was a really like emotional. I didn't get flat out like crying or anything like that, but there was definitely like emotional parts in this movie that definitely hit me. But yeah, really, really good, really, really good movie.
It's great writing.
Yeah, and for a first like debut like feature film for this guy, Cord Jefferson, I think is his name.
Yeah.
Really, really solid, really good.
Adam Brody also playing a great character.
Yeah, the director. Yeah, I like what they did with the ending of like the book versus like the movie and the movie within the movie. Yeah,
what's it called? Plantation assassination or something like that.
Yeah, it's like like ghost slaves and comes back to take revenge.
Oh, it's gonna be fucking great. You're gonna love it.
Yeah,
it's super art house.
Yeah, American Fiction streaming on Prime. Still,
everyone should watch it. If you haven't seen that, stop what you're doing and watch it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go in chronological order in which I watched. I watched Saved with an exclamation point, starring Mandy Moore and Jenna Malone. Streaming on Amazon Prime and Tubi TV. And this feels like a faith-based movie that is parodying other faith-based movies while still also appealing to an unfaith-based audience.
Is it like PG or PG-13?
It's like, I want to say like almost rated R, but I think it's like PG-13.
Okay.
because it's almost like they took the character Amanda Bynes' character from Easy A and made like a spin-off movie. And she's not the main character, but she's like the main character's like best frenemy, I guess.
Okay.
And this is it's a funny, cringy movie because all the school is like a Catholic school, and Jenna Malone is in a relationship with this other student, and he confesses to her that he's gay, and in her effort to try and save him, she has sex with him, and then she ends up getting pregnant, which is like in their world. In this world, like it's like the worst thing that could happen. There's a scene where
God damn, this movie does sound familiar as you're describing
she's
it.
She's like looking up like symptoms of like morning sickness, and she finds out it could also be cancer. So there's this scene where she's riding home on a bike with a pregnancy test. She's like, please be cancer, please be cancer, please be cancer.
God.
I actually think I think I've seen this movie before.
There's definitely cringe dialogue in moments, but it was pretty entertaining. It's a pretty entertaining movie. And Michael Stipe produced it.
What
really?
What led you to watch this movie?
It must have been like a weekday, and I was at home, and I was probably like, multitasking, like working on my computer, and I just wanted something on. I didn't want to work in silence.
Yeah.
And I know I watched this a long time ago with Deanna, but I didn't remember anything about it.
It sounds really familiar. I think I might have seen it, but same thing. Couldn't tell you much about it.
Came out 20 years ago, 2004.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, it's a pretty entertaining high school faith-based movie.
You said that's Tubi?
Tubi and Amazon Prime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's a worth your time, maybe.
Cool.
I watched Valhalla Rising. Mads Mikkelsen, Nicholas Winding Refn directed Viking movie.
Oh, One Eye.
Yeah, One Eye. Mads Mikkelsen playing a mute savage warrior who is essentially like in chains almost the whole movie.
Yeah.
And this is pretty much like if The Northman wasn't an action movie.
Yeah. They took out all the action. Left that one fight scene in there.
It's an interesting movie. I guess that only a style that only I guess Refn could do, and as you can see from his later movies, like Only God Forgives. Like the pace of that movie is very similar. This is a little bit slower. I mean, the whole fog boat scene is it's just like it's like okay, let's move it on.
It's still going on.
Yeah. But I had never seen it before, and I was curious about it. Definitely has like that indie early 2009
It's indie porn.
Yeah, and it's violent. Streaming on Shudder and Pluto.
Shudder.
Yeah, I don't know if I would watch this again, but I'm glad I did watch it.
I feel the same way.
It's a decent movie.
Mads Mikkelsen in beast mode is pretty cool, though.
Yeah,
I could expect that.
Following the Mads Mikkelsen trend, I watched a newer movie, Riders of Justice.
Oh hell yeah!
Danish movie, and they're all speaking in their native tongue of Dane. And this is a solid blend of drama, comedy, and action violence.
Yeah,
movie, and it's basically it's like the subject matter in which like the inciting incident happens is really sad.
Yeah, it is.
His wife dies on a train accident that it was caused by a gang or terrorists while he was in the military, while he was deployed. And his daughter is the only survivor. And then also one of the other characters who was like a engineer or something. He was also on the train and had met his daughter while they were on the train before it crashed or blew up or whatever.
Yeah.
And this was a solid made movie. Like it didn't feel like a indie movie based on the production quality, but it definitely has like the charm of like an indie foreign movie. And, it was good. It was a good.
The dork characters are very fun.
Yeah,
They're
so
super fun.
Marcus is the main character. Deployed military man has to go home to his teenage daughter Mathilde when his wife dies in a tragic train accident, and it seems to be just like a accident, but it turns out that it might have been a carefully orchestrated assassination, which his wife ended up being a random casualty of. So by a byproduct, he is going on a revenge mission against these people who are just not trying to kill his wife, but someone else on the train, and also killed a bunch of other people. And then there's a few more twists in that movie that was like kind of shocking.
It was the engineer the whole time.
Like a case of like mistaken identity and stuff like that.
Sex slaves.
Yeah. And it was like a comedy, but also sad,
really dark shit,
and
for
also
a comedy.
very violent. Yeah. So it was good though. Streaming on Hulu.
It's a very robust movie. Like there's a lot to the plot that I feel like I could rewatch that movie now and completely forget so many parts about the movie.
I liked one of the characters. He was like basically like he was a bigger guy, and he was like the computer guy, the hacker guy. And there's this one scene where they're setting up shop in the main character's. He has this barn, and they're setting up shop to basically try to like a headquarters that they all meet. And the hacker guy, computer guy, is like complaining about the monitors that he has, and he's like, "These are pussy monitors. I need 4K." There's this whole interaction that he has that's super funny. So that's streaming on, what did I say, Hulu?
Hulu,
yeah. And then speaking of Ridley Scott, I caught up with Napoleon.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, streaming on Apple TV. Boring. Very, very boring. And from what I understand, historically inaccurate. Which I don't even know if Ridley Scott even gives a fuck.
He doesn't.
I don't think he
is one of my favorite interviews with him. Someone was critiquing the battle at the Egypt at the pyramids.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't think that Napoleon really did any of that stuff in Egypt. And he's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's a movie.
I guess they do portray, because Napoleon was like a brilliant like strategist in terms of war and battles. So they do that in the movie and make it look like he's kind of like using his own army as pawns in his overall strategy to defeat the enemy.
Yeah.
But he is Joaquin is portraying him as very unhinged. But the battle scenes themselves were pretty cool, really pretty well executed, and there was a lot of violence, and the performances were pretty good. It was snooze fest. Yeah.
Who's the female lead? His woman. It's she's from Mission Impossible. She's
Vanessa Kirby.
Yes, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's
very like alluring. She has this like enchanting gaze that she has, you know.
She has they have a very tumultuous relationship.
He's a cuck, right?
Yeah. Kind of. She ends up being that, essentially. Yeah. So that was all right, I guess.
If you want to watch a different version of a brilliant strategist, watch this movie on Hulu called Medieval. It just hit Hulu not too long ago. It's got Ben Foster playing Jan Žižka, who was a Czech warrior who was like responsible for more deaths, enemy deaths, than like any other like lead general in history or some shit like that. And they show all the different like attack strategies, and it's really amazing.
Yeah,
he's basically the inventor of the tank before tanks were around.
Oh,
nice.
Call them war wagons.
War
wagons.
Napoleon. It's streaming on Apple TV.
Napoleon.
Cool.
It's only streaming there. And then finally, since we are reviewing Dune, I went back and rewatched Arrival.
Sweet.
Denis Villeneuve's earlier sci-fi movie based on a short story.
Hi, my name is Denis Villeneuve.
This is streaming on Paramount Plus via Apple TV, so it must be streaming on Paramount Plus. Really fucking good movie.
It is. I love that.
Such
movie.
it's one of the most depressing stories.
It fucking is.
It's fucking sad.
What's so depressing about it?
Knowing the trajectory of your life, and then, but not just your life, but other people's lives,
your daughter's life,
and then the child that you can choose or choose not to have, and them going through what they go through.
You know what? I guess I didn't really focus on that aspect. I more focused on the alien aspect. I was really interested in that.
The first watch, it was more for me about like how intense the alien the main plot was.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Ooh, wow, that's crazy with the child and the decision and what would you do?" Blah blah blah. The second watch was all about the human aspect of it.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic.
It's a really well made movie. Like Villeneuve's I haven't seen every single one of his movies. I watched Polytechnique, which was pretty solid, like very early movie, and then obviously the Dune movies, and then Blade Runner. But Arrival is like fucking amazing.
Did he write that movie too?
It's adapted from a book.
Yeah, it's a short story.
That's right. Yeah, I knew that.
And then the music from Johan Johansson, the soundtrack on Arrival, also solid. That's Max Richter.
Max Richter, yeah.
Yeah. Probably one of the best uses of that song.
The song's in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, God, it's such a good movie and well edited, well made, just from beginning to end. Really, really good.
There's a YouTuber I like named Thomas Flight or Thomas Light, one of the two.
Thomas Flight. Yeah.
Flight. And he talks about good exposition in movies versus bad exposition in movies. And they talk about, he references this movie a couple of times because when the news broadcast comes that the aliens are there, it's, you don't see the full-on shot. You're watching Amy Adams watch the movie or watch the news, and it's like her in the studio, her face, not the screen, and then her at home drinking the wine, and it's like the movie is. I'm with you. It's one of the it's one of the greatest.
I know. I was blown away when I first saw this movie. I was like, holy. Well, I mean, I've only seen it once, but I was blown away after watching.
I think I think this is only my second time watching it. But yeah, I was very sad when it was over.
So sad.
I was very sad. And like understanding the decisions in the story more, and like, why did Ian leave? And then like, oh, that's why he left, because he's mad at her for putting him and them through that.
Yeah.
So the real question is, would you still do it?
I mean, I understand Ian's...
Would you have the child?
knowing
the demise?
Knowing that they would have to suffer?
Again, I guess it depends on how it affects your personality.
No. That doesn't depend on that.
Yeah,
would you have the child?
It depends on your personality. Like how it... It depends on
your personality.
I'm talking about how it affects you as a person if you had the child, because you don't know if so. Like, I think maybe not, just to see what happens.
Maybe not. You wouldn't do it.
You would not choose to have the child.
Yeah, I would not choose to have the child because I already know based on experience how it's going to be.
Yeah, because you'd see in your memories that never existed yet. Because time is this infinite circle.
Time's a flat circle.
Yeah, exactly. You already experienced all those memories and the death and the trauma and the grief and the...
So
you would know? You would say no?
Yeah, I would say no. I mean...
See, the problem is, though, you don't have you have the illusion of choice, because in this circle, it's already happened, and it's going to happen again.
And again.
And even though you say to yourself, you're like, I don't think I could do it. It's like the fact that you have the memories for it means that it's already happened, which means it's going to happen anyways.
Yeah. And it's interesting, the story of this and the fact that Denis made this movie and it's this story, kind of like similar parallels a little bit to Paul's character in Dune in terms of like seeing potential things. But yeah.
That's interesting because he has that now with that, and I don't know if Blade Runner has any similar, trajectory with like finalized future or like illusion of choice. Or
it's more about just being what's human, what makes you human.
I don't think there's much there, but I would be curious to see if any of his other movies have that same kind of idea baked into it, because Nolan has that in a lot of his stuff, like a time twist, time loop aspect, or
something to do with time,
the illusion of time, or the reality of time.
But yeah, so Arrival streaming on Paramount Plus via Apple TV, really good.
Cool. You're gonna make me want to watch it again.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Cool.
Yeah. So thank you to all of our cool ass yard duties over on Patreon. That's Javier, Heather Sachs, Ryan, Corbin, and Chris. Thank you to everybody who's in the chat. We got Heather Sachs, Joe Bridges, Angry Otter, and Angie, who joined us today. If you want to join us in the chat and say hello during the stream, add into the conversation, drop in your streaming picks or your additions to the show, come on in every Saturday, 12:30 Pacific time. We're doing it live. So until next time.
Do the proper outro this time.
Thank you for joining us on this return to form. And follow us later on today on the stream or later on in the week as we review Dune Part 1 and 2 combined as one movie. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/MCFC podcast, and send us an email, mcfcpodcast@gmail.com.
And follow us on Instagram at Middle Class Film Class, and leave us a voicemail. Why don't you at 209-730-6010.
Follow us on Twitter at Podcast MCFC and on TikTok at Middle Class Film Class.
All right, we'll see you guys real soon.
See ya.
See ya.
time for class.
Class is in session!
Roll call.
Bueller.
I'm gonna be late for class.
Bueller.
Am I hallucinating here? Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm late for class.
You are mine now. You belong to me.
Did you study for the test?
No more complaining. No more Mr. Kimble to go to the bathroom. Nothing. There is no bathroom.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Middle Class Film Class Movie Review Edition. I'm your host for today, Joseph.
I'm Peter.
And I'm Tyler.
And this week, the Wheel of Destiny landed on my pick, Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2 as...
Yeah.
Dune, directed by Denis Villeneuve, acclaimed at this point now director.
Hi, my name is Denis Villeneuve.
Many films such as Blade Runner 2049, Arrival, Ansandi, Prisoners, Polytechnique much earlier, and those are the ones at the top of my head. But
I think there's one called like Avalanche or something.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that one.
But this is Denis Villeneuve's adaptation of Dune, a movie that he's wanted to make for a long time, a story that he's loved since he was a child, and he did it in the best way that he knew how. And the story of Dune, I mean, it was based on a book by Frank Herbert, written in 1965, a sci-fi epic, biblical sci-fi is how I would describe it. And essentially a kind of a Shakespearean epic tragedy sort of story following Paul Atreides, son of Leto Atreides, in the Atreides household Atreides. And the story of Dune could be boiled down to and reduced to something as simple as like a revenge story for the betrayal by the Emperor of their known universe, and House Harkonnen just essentially sucker punching them to death.
Yeah.
With the entire destruction of the House Atreides, except for Paul and Jessica, and as he gets accepted into the world of the Fremen culture and following down a path of something that he doesn't really want to do, but almost has no control over. It's kind of hard to sum up in just like one paragraph. But what makes it so much of a complex story are the themes it presents in the story of Dune. Being cautious of charismatic leaders, how much free will do we actually think we have if we're the devout followers of these charismatic leaders? What are humans willing to sacrifice for a messiah-like leader after waiting centuries for them? And are we really in control of our own fate, especially if we've been intentionally brought into the world to fill a prophecy started thousands of years before our own existence? And yeah. So,
do you have? Are you the product of 1,000 years of breeding for a particular purpose?
Breeding, and inbreeding.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know.
Maybe.
I was born to make this show.
I was born to start a podcast.
That's right.
Every white male ever.
Yeah.
And this is not my first time watching either of these movies. Pete, I know it's not yours. Tyler, I know you've seen the first one once.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah. Not the second one.
And the first one was mid when you watched it, right?
We'll get into that.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
Should we go in reverse order? Let Tyler unload on the show first.
I was thinking about that. Should we just go
How did I know? I can read your guys' mind. I knew you were chomping at the bit for my opinion on it.
We can go in standard order. It's fine.
See, the thing is, though, you already know. I mean, Joseph put he's got the book in front of him. Look at this thing.
I do.
I know, bookmarks.
The Bible.
He's got bookmarks and everything.
And he's getting ready to pull shit from the
passages.
I know.
Passages from the sacred text. Show the camera what that is.
Yeah, I got the Dune exposures.
It's
a photography poetry book made by the DP of Dune, Greg Fraser, and in collaboration with Josh Brolin. Really cool book, honestly, with awesome behind the scenes film photos.
So we already know Joseph was gonna cream his jeans over this.
They've been creamed.
Jeans are already creamy.
Yeah.
My jeans, you can assume are creamed as well because I loved the first one, 5-star easy. Second one, I watched in theaters like 4. I think I gave it 4.5. But you didn't we assume that you're probably going to be the dissenter on it, but we don't. What my curiosity really is, if you've come around the corner on part 1, because
we know that Bruce Perky,
our old pal Bruce, movies himself, the voice of the movies himself, said he didn't like the first one. He rewatched it and turned the corner. His opinion changed. He liked the second one. Said it was a fantastic movie. Most people consider, and the first one is part 1. 8.0 on IMDb, part 2, 8.6.
Wow.
I'll get into a little bit later, but so that's the question is, did you...
Bruce is in the chat.
Hey!
I did turn the corner.
Yeah.
All right. So then...
Are we going me first or Tyler first?
Let's just
you're leading it.
Let's do Tyler first.
All right.
Tyler, let's go in reverse order.
All right.
Reverse cowgirl.
Because I am the most curious. Let's just get to it.
Okay. Yeah. So I watched these movies back to back.
With Daryl?
Oh, why do you have to say that?
I'm coming.
No, I after the first one, I immediately put on the second one. So I watched it as a whole movie.
Nice.
Cool.
And so the part 1, I do recall saying it was a mid movie. And so upon rewatching it again, I have a little bit more appreciation for it. I think it's a very. I think the plot moving forward in the first one was really, really well paced. Definitely. So like with Dune, like there's a lot of people thinking. So it's kind of hard to incorporate that into a film setting.
Yeah.
But the emoting of all the actors, you can kind of infer what they're thinking if you're a smart person. So I really like the pacing of the first one, and I still say I'm not a super huge fan of Dune, but it definitely, I appreciated it more and liked it a little bit more.
Okay.
Going on to part 2 though, I was fighting to not fall asleep.
Interesting.
It was so boring. There's a lot of eye-rolling moments. I don't like the whole Messiah thing aspect of the story either. I think mostly the problem I had with both parts of Dune is I don't really have like an emotional connection to any of the characters. You're just kind of like there watching this unfold. When I watch movies, I like to be able to connect with them, and that's not a detriment to like the production quality of the films, because these are beautiful, well-made films. I think the acting is great. It's just the plot and like the relationship to characters had me questioning why. It felt like reading. It felt like actually, you know what? It's funny. I'm kind of making the connection right now because I've tried to get into Dune, the book, when I was a lot younger.
Oh, yeah.
I've tried to pick it up like 3 or 4 times, and I just couldn't get past like the first like 5 or 6 chapters.
Interesting.
It was just it just felt really sluggish to me. I know it's like very beloved among the sci-fi community, but I just couldn't get past it. But as far as the film goes, yeah, it's I can't say that I hate it or outright or didn't, or I thought it was boring, but and I also
overall
the whole thing.
Yeah, I just thought it was a little boring. However, what I will give it though is that this is definitely like an IMAX theater experience. I was watching it with my headphones in, and I like cranked it up all the way. He has a funny way, like whoever was doing the sound, they always do the boom.
Yeah.
And like I feel like that was made for theaters, because when you hear that in theaters, like it's a lot more effective than when you're watching it at home. But overall, I will say it's like it's like a grade above mid.
What is
slightly above?
What's
mid.
above mid?
Yeah, it's a slight degree above
midwell.
Medium
well.
Med.
Yeah, yeah, med. So overall though, I think watching it like back to back is I would say that's probably the more preferred way to watch it. It's kind of like watching Lord of the Rings. Like if you watch it just like consecutively, like you can really soak yourself into the universe of what's being presented in front of you.
A lot of this.
That's interesting that you found the second part boring compared to the first part, because arguably, actually not arguably, there's a lot more action in part 2 than there is in part 1.
Yeah, I think mostly it was when it was slow. In part 2, the parts were really slow.
Like where he's acclimating to the Fremen.
Yeah, and
becoming
like,
part of their culture.
Tyler's
like, I don't want to learn about another culture.
Yeah, that's me, all right.
White people have enough culture. Tyler Noe.
I kind of, I thought also having Timothée Chalamet being, it felt weird that he was this white, rich, affluent kid is leading a bunch of tribal people.
Yeah.
And there was something that felt wrong about it. It felt like white Jesus. It felt like white Jesus-y.
You understand Johnny's perspective then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But
so you do connect with the character.
Because I don't think that's
took me a second to click with that.
I don't think that that's supposed to be lost on you. I think that's the point of it. You're like this fucking white savior.
Do you think he's supposed to be like the hero?
I mean, they're making you believe so.
He convinced you.
Yeah, you drank the
oh my god,
you drank the water of life.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's like one of the central themes of like the whole.
Okay, well, so now I have a greater appriation.
He's Darth Vader.
Okay. No, he's more. It's more like Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, he's Anakin. He hasn't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be the chosen one?
Yeah,
you're supposed to be the chosen one.
I that was lost on me. I took the whole part 1 and part 2 at like a very surface level.
Nice.
Oh,
so so maybe I should have reflected on it a little bit more. It goes to show how intelligent I am.
No, I mean that's fine.
Goes right over my head.
Now a lot of people watched it and they're like, "This guy's supposed to be the hero," and they're like, "You're so close. You're so close to getting it."
I know there was
right on the edge of
because
it.
I knew nothing about. Well, I'll get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah. I mean, like from a just a movie point of view and storytelling and pacing, I thought the story was but now that you're opening my eyes, it might be a little bit deeper than I imagined. But before I even made that realization, I was like, it's okay, it's okay. It looks great. It's just it felt a little wooden, but
interesting.
Could have used more bass drops.
There's a lot of bass drops.
I know.
All right, Pete, not your first time watching either of these parts of a movie.
Nope. First time watching them back to back though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also with my dad. Just kidding, my mom.
Oh,
God, even worse.
Even weirder. Yeah.
Oh man.
Before
I'm coming.
Before I go any further, number one, Bruce in the chat says, I think the whole point of the movie is an indictment of both the idea of a white savior and the Messiah as the villain. It also shows religion is mostly manipulative. Yeah.
I drank the water of life.
Yeah, that's right, you did.
God damn it.
And then also before I give my Joseph, hold your camera. Make sure I don't yank this out. I'm going to grab my camera. I got to show the audience something cool.
Okay. Oh,
Can you see that? Barely.
You could bring that over here too.
This is a art piece that our listener Jack made for me for my birthday. You see it?
Yeah, bring it over. There you go. You get the whole thing. There it is. Lighthouse, Simpsons.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Gab Chatter, Lighthouse, Simpsons crossover.
Best anime crossover.
That's right. So it's gonna go on the wall here in the studio for good. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate it, buddy. And he mailed it all the way from Australia.
Yeah.
How'd it get here?
Mailed it.
Wow.
Mailed it through the mail. Okay, so let me fix this camera here. There we go. Okay. So Dune Part 1, Part 2. Have not seen it back to back like that.
Mm-hmm.
And generally, I won't watch Kill Bill Part 1 unless I'm ready to do Part 2.
Right.
Yeah.
I almost never watch Fellowship of the Ring unless I'm prepared to watch
all of them.
All of them. Not for the same day usually. I've only done that one time.
But within
within the span of a couple of days, and like I'm going to get the whole experience.
Right.
This is 100% added to that list of movies that should be watched start to finish, because there's foreshadowing in part 1 that gets paid off in part 2 multiple times. Multiple times. There's visions that Paul has that don't really make a whole lot of sense throughout. After I've seen the movie start to finish once from both. Actually, I've seen the first part 3 times or 3 or 4 times, and the second part I've seen twice before this. So now, having seen them all and then watching it in one continuous unit, it was really impressive that it's funny, as we were talking, I have IMDb pulled up for part 1 and part 2. And you know how they have like the trailers scrolling, constantly playing?
Yeah.
At some point, it's obviously it's on mute or whatever, but there's an interview with Denny.
Hi, my name is Denis Villeneuve.
Yes, Denis Villeneuve. And he says part 2, if it ever happens, is just going to be so fun. In this interview, I can read the subtitles of it. And I'm like, he didn't
bet on himself.
He didn't 100% know that he was going to make part 2.
Yeah.
So he's putting in, planting the seeds of foreshadowing that aren't going to pay off for another 4 hours of screen time.
Yeah.
On a movie that hasn't even been made yet. That's really betting on yourself.
Yeah.
And he put part 1 at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a complete surprise too, because a lot of times if you look it up on a lot of databases or a lot of like Just Watch, I think has just Dune.
Yeah.
And then Dune Part 2. They don't specify Dune Part 1.
Yeah.
Because originally that was the release title, was just Dune. We went and saw it in IMAX. Was like, oh, it's Dune.
Yeah, yeah.
And then on the screen it says, I don't think the beginning it said Dune, and then the end it said Dune Part 1. And you're like, what the fuck?
There's going to be another one?
It's already happening.
I mean, to the non-book readers and anyone who knows anything about the story, they're like, another one?
Yeah. And it make total sense, too. When you get to the end, you're like,
they could easily...
All this of part 1 was just a setup to get him into this new culture and set him on the path to becoming the Messiah or not becoming the Messiah.
Yeah.
And it's almost like that's the first movie is like act 1 of the whole movie.
Yeah.
Really,
I know, if I were to I don't want to reference the book too much because I don't want to.
Please do.
But like, Act 1 is essentially of the movie is like this part of the book.
Really?
Yeah.
Like 2/3 of the book.
Pretty much.
Act 1, like part 1 of the
movie.
movie.
Part 1 movie is that part.
That's really interesting because...
For more or less.
And then I'm sure they go more into the politics and like the back behind the scenes of all that kind of stuff and how different houses view the Atreides house and all that kind of stuff. But, the things that I really appreciate and admire, again, on a rewatch of the entire movie as a whole, is that they take this idea of there's so many things that are not explained out inherently. They might be explained in a throwaway line, like the fact that they don't use laser guns.
There's a lot of implications.
Yeah, it's like at some point AI took over something, and now they use swords. So it's like
traditional
I totally missed that. That's why they don't use guns.
It's not explained explicitly in the movie at all.
There's one throwaway line that says something about how we don't use technology or no computers or something like that. I don't even remember
no
it.
No thinking machines.
Yeah, that's why
there was a war on AI at some point in humanity.
That's why the human calculators that they have,
the Mentats,
they're the guys with the lip pierce tattoo or whatever. David Desmalchian and William McKinley, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
A stray laser killed your father.
Not so many laser beams, just like swords, which is like, okay, well that's a lightsaber,
Yeah. It's like medieval future.
Yeah, and I really liked that part of it. I liked they just gloss over. You're like, here's the world, just accept the fact that some people can fly and some people can't. You flip the spine light on the big fat guy and he just flies. And you're like, okay, well, how do these guys fly? The Tarkinins, or the what are they called? The Sardaukar, yeah. So I really liked that part of it. I like the scope and scale of it. The fact that it's Greg Fraser means that it's going to be a gorgeous movie. But even going from part 1 to part 2, watching that gradual transition of Chalamet, aka Paul, Mohadib, Usul, what's his other name? Atreides.
Yeah.
Is that his Mohadib?
Yeah,
Muad'Dib,
Usul, Atreides. Watching him go from this like young boy that doesn't want to lead, and he's talking to his dad, and that whole interaction was just gorgeous. On the cliffs, overlooking all the graves of their ancestors past and whatnot. Loved that. I would like to know a little bit more about like the hidden meaning behind the bullfighting. Because they keep showing the bullhead. They keep showing Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa was a bullfighter. He bought full sport. Well, look what it did. Look at good it did him. Blah 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 blah. It's like I like that. I don't know if that has some specific meaning better explained in the book, or if I'm just too dense to pick up on the imagery.
Yeah, I don't remember there being that much of a explanation on that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the fact that they face stuff head on, because he does say, we're the House Atreides. There's no call we won't answer. There's no whatever. So I thought that was beautiful. That was great. And on first watch, my thoughts on the names were like, they have Chani and they have Stilgar. They have
Hawat.
They have Hawat. They have all these crazy names, and then they got Duncan, Idaho.
Yeah.
And Paul and Jessica.
Yeah.
And you're like, why do they have these normal ass names? But then you're like, well, they're a completely different race of people. They're the Atreides house. They're the stand-in for colonial England.
The closest to like human that we can relate to.
Yeah, and Gurney even says they're not human. They fight like beasts.
The Harkonnens
are. So I liked that. On rewatch, I liked how they take all these different planets, different people are standing for. They have the Harkonnen are Nazis. Clearly imperial Nazis.
Yeah.
They're ruthless. They'll kill for sport. They backdoor deals. They
evil.
Actually evil, like true evil. And then the Fremen are a Middle Eastern culture, an undescribed sand.
Indigenous,
living in the middle of nowhere. They're kind of clinging to hope, because there's a great line that says, the people that live in the deep south, the southern hemisphere of Arrakis, if you're going to live there, you have to live off of hope. That's why the
faith.
Yeah, that's why faith. That's it. You have to live in faith. That's why the Bene Gesserit have spent so much time sowing these potential
stories and prophecies,
and it's like all that's just like, of course, in the fucking Bible, there's these people in power that want to control the poor, and they put the idea of a God that would kill you if you have sex with your sister or a cow into your head.
If you mix your fabrics.
Yeah. And part of me is like, I'm going way off page here, but I have strong feelings about this, religion and how it falls into the world. But like the Bible, if you think of it in terms of just a good guiding principle for people that era and that day, it's like, why do we keep getting sick when we eat pig from the waist down? It's like, because they're cutting the stomach open and all the bile is spilling all over the meat, and they're eating the meat and they're getting sick from it.
Yeah.
They're getting sick from eating shellfish because it doesn't hold well.
They're allergic to shellfish.
Oh yeah, they could be just allergic. Or it's just like that shit doesn't hold very well. So they catch it and they put it in a storage facility or salt it, and then it gets bad and it kills them.
Yeah.
You eat bad mussels, you die. So it's like
you die.
all these things that are like guiding you to legit live a safer, better life are put into the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It's like desert, sheep herders. It's like, stop fucking your children. Please stop.
Being abusive.
They're like, why though? Well, this book says the guy in the sky is going to kill you if you do.
It's going to send you a fiery hell.
Yeah. Who's that guy? It's God. Haven't you ever thought about where you come from? Oh, yeah, I do, actually. It's like, well, he's the guy that put you here, and he's going to kill you if you keep doing that.
And he's mad.
He's real mad.
He's real mad.
So stop stealing shit from your neighbor and, So it's like in that sense, it's a good guiding principle.
The manipulation, though.
But it goes further than that.
Don't manipulate me not to fuck sheep.
If it was just that, I'd be cool with it. But then it's also like, oh, by the way, give us half your money, or 10% of everything you earn, and we're just gonna use it for whatever the fuck we want, and we're gonna tell you we're better than you because we're in this special.
Because we know we're in with the guy.
We know the guy. We talk to him sometimes for real.
Yeah.
So it's like all that stuff was like placed into this, and it's like seeing like the backdoor dealings and like the puppet strings being pulled by the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah.
And it was like it's so cool, and I really love the story. It's so robust. It's so good. And when Paul makes the turn and he goes to the siege, and he addresses the siege, is fucking phenomenal. He really comes into his own, and he's like, they're chastising Chani for just talking to Stilgard. Like, shit, you can't talk here.
Yeah.
Go outside if you want to talk. And he comes in like, I'll kill everyone here.
Yeah.
No one can stand against me. And everyone pulls their knife out, and he's like, I'm the Duke of Arrakis. Fuck you.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Exactly. He's like, that's one of the greatest just
turns of a character.
Balls out, full dick swinging in the wind, you know. And he went from not wanting this, and I think the thing that I didn't realize on the first couple watches was seeing when he finally drinks the water of life, and you're like, there's a great little flashback to him with the guy that he killed in the first one at the very end, Gemmis, who you think is going to be his friend, and they're sitting on the top of the dune. He goes, before you go hunting, before you go out into battle, you need to be on the highest dune and see everything.
Yeah.
And it's like his mother also said, before you see the future, you need to see everything that came in the past. When he drinks the water of life, he gets all the visions of all the mother, whatever they call it.
Like the Avatar.
Yeah, he needs to see. Yeah, exactly. He needs to see everything in the past, and he sees it, so he's able to see everything in the future. He's able to sit on the highest dune and look before he makes a decision.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he knows it's not going to be popular, so he doesn't tell Chani. He's just like, I love you. Trust me. Yeah. And then he's like, hey, can I marry this bitch?
Yeah.
Sorry, by the way, but except for he didn't apologize.
Yeah.
No.
So I don't know. It's just really, really great. And so many great visuals. Austin Butler killed it. The one thing that was a little out of place to me was coming in like, who's this Muad'Dib guy?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
It was kind of humorous on the first viewing seeing him because it was like Paul. It was like that.
Yeah.
I was definitely surprised seeing him. I was like,
yeah, I think he does fine for the role.
He does,
and he's not in it at all. Pretty much.
No.
Just when he says that, Muad'Dib, tell me more.
More. I need more.
Muad'Dib. Oh, that's it. That's all you know.
Yeah.
And it's like it's so funny. So, anyways, I absolutely love these movies, and I absolutely love this one giant movie.
Yeah.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
All right. So I wrote down my thoughts because whenever I try to talk to Deanna about this, I just ramble and she gets annoyed.
All right. She's like, give it a rest.
Because she was reading the book before the first movie came out, and she got maybe 2/3 of the way through, and then she didn't want to finish it before part 2 came out.
Oh.
Because she didn't want
to get spoiled
of the story.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But she never ended up finishing it. And obviously we saw the movie and how it ended. Obviously there's things that were omitted and things that were changed. But But then after I watched part 2, I went and read the book and was captivated by the book as well. It's definitely different. It's its own thing, and the movie is its own thing. I don't think that like these people who watch movies adapted by books, the book readers obviously will be disappointed no matter what of a director's adaptation of whatever movie the book is based on.
I don't know, but I'm a book reader, and I rarely get disappointed from book adaptations.
I think that's more the exception because you hear that more than anything.
But because there are the
book is better.
People who are literalists with the Bible.
Sure.
They'll just take it literally. There are book readers like that. It's the movie is not like the book at all. And me, I'm not, I wouldn't call myself a book reader. I'm a very visual person, visual first type of person.
Right.
And then the book is just a supplement for me to that. Supplement I take every morning. And so honestly, and not everyone's a reader. I'm barely a reader. It took me a while to just finish this. But yeah, it was.
Everyone's a reader.
No, I said not everyone's a reader.
Not everyone's a reader.
Yeah.
I'm not. I wish I was.
So
it's hard.
So I wrote my thoughts down in a fashion. Not since Lord of the Rings have we, as a society, been given a story presented visually this epic. And this is just my opinion of this story.
I'm looking at Joseph's screen right now, and he wrote a full-blown essay.
Yeah, I did.
Holy shit.
Cool.
I can't wait.
So it's not since Lord of the Rings have we been given a story presented this visually epic of this scale and also executed so well on pretty much every level. Is that funny?
I just like how much you were really passionate about
this.
this.
He's prepped.
I am. The directing, the casting, the acting, the wardrobe, the set design, the cinematography, the lighting, the writing, and just presenting the themes of the source material in such a way that makes it easy and digestible, but still has an aura of mystery and complexity and ambiguity to it. And also, not since Lord of the Rings have I felt so impressed by something that I go into the lore and actually read a book for once. Is it better than Lord of the Rings? I don't know. I don't think it is, but they're both floating at the top.
Yeah. It's rarefied air up there.
I know. Why I find this like story and the movie so compelling is because of the world building and the characters. Secondary to that would be the themes of the story, and thirdly would be the technical things like the cinematography and the editing. Walking out of the theater from part one back in 2021, my mind was blown, is in pieces, just by the sheer epicness of what was shown to me. Watching it again at home, I was able to understand more of the story and follow more of the intricacies of the characters' backgrounds and motivations. At that time, I had not read the book, knew next to nothing about the lore, and honestly, that increased my enjoyment of everything. The mystery of not knowing everything about everyone elevated the experience for me because you have all these different characters that have all these different backgrounds. Like Hawat, for example, they don't call him a mentat. You know, that name's never brought up, and mentats are essentially human computers because they outlawed thinking machines. And also David Desmalchian's character, who's unnamed in the movie, but his character's name is Peter DeVries, also a mentat. Obviously those characters are not in it that much. They're more prevalent in the book. There are scenes filmed with both of them together.
Oh, interesting.
But were deleted from the final product. Part 2, Dune Part 2, I was just as impressed with in Part 1. They cranked everything up to 11, and pretty much everything that they set up for in Part 1 was paid off in Part 2. And that's kind of why I wanted to view this as one movie, because you get everything from Part 1 and you get the payoff in Part 2.
Yeah.
The reveal of Paul and Jessica being Harkonnens was such a well-placed bombshell of a reveal that if Paul had learned that sooner, it definitely would have hit him way harder if he was in a different mindset, if he was still the Paul in Part 1.
Yeah.
When Paul takes on that leader role and is essentially taking lead over the Fremen and giving his speech, like you said, Pete, it's just iconic. It's like everything that we and Paul didn't want to see for his character's arc, but at the same time, it was so convincing, not just for the character, but for Chalamet as an actor, because I had no idea that he could even deliver a performance that loud and that commanding.
Yeah.
Made me excited to see what his future is going to be like as an actor.
Both the duels, honestly, in Part 1 and Part 2, but the duel between Paul and Feyd-Rautha especially has got to be like one of the best executed knife fight scenes.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I've ever seen. Granted, I can't think of many others that would fit into that specific category of knife fights.
William Friedkin's The Hunted. It's almost exclusively knife fights throughout the whole movie. Worth a watch.
But the way that scene was filmed with no music, all you just hear is the clinking of the knives and the punches and the headbutts.
Silhouette against the sunset.
Yeah. Really fucking great. And then the tragedy of Paul and Chani's like love story is so heartbreaking to watch as she watches the person that she fell in love with knowingly turn into something that she despises. And it took a second viewing for me for Part 2 for me to land on that it was just a tiny bit better than Part 1. if part 2 is a 10 out of 10, then part 1 is a 9.9 out of 10. But as one story and one movie, it's a 10 out of 10 in my book, A++. You can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
Each viewing. Sorry, I'm almost done.
Oh, I was gonna say. I was like,
each viewing of each of these movies, like I've gotten emotional in different parts. Never the same part.
Really, that's cool.
It's never like consistent. Like each part. Like when I watch Lord of the Rings, I can guarantee like there are moments where I'm like, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen.
You bow for no man.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah. Never at the same part in these movies. In part 1, when Duke Leto, his father, tells him that the only thing he needed Paul to be was his son.
Oh, great.
When he was in the still tent after he has his vision of the Holy War and he breaks down crying and he just says, "My father is dead." At the end of part 1, after he kills Jamis and is looking at his lifeless body, thinking that he was supposed to be his friend and mentor, and also now he can't even trust himself and his vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In part 2, when we see Chani and Paul sand walking together in the desert, when he's sitting on the sand dune and puts his father's ring away after saying that he found his way in reference to the speech given to him by his father in the cemetery. Maybe you'll find your own way to it, to leadership.
Yeah.
When he is just admiring Chani, teaching him the ways of the Fremen, and you have that music playing. I have a note on that later, a little fun fact. When he is caught between a rock and a hard place and is reaching out to Jamis in the potential timeline where they are friends for guidance, when he tells Chani that he will go south and do what must be done, and finally when he gives his final look to Chani before she leaves for the desert. And then
those are all your emotional triggers.
Yeah, those are the ones like so far anyway. Yeah, I saw part 2 3 times in theater.
Really?
Yeah, I saw when it came out the first time at IMAX. I saw it a month later at a standard size theater. I was able to absorb the story more. First one, it was just like
percussive,
loud
sound,
visuals, very cool. And third time I went, they put it back in IMAX, and then I went and saw it again, so I can get a combination of the loud and the story. And I've seen part 1. Part 1 was released differently. It was released in IMAX, and then like a month later, or on the same day, actually, it was released on HBO. Yeah, that's when they were doing that Warner Brothers.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
And I watched it like 2 more times the same week. And there's a lot of stuff that I'll get into later about the comparisons between the book. But as far as the movie goes, like the casting of this movie is fucking like if the Oscars, like if they do that category next year, like this, I feel like should be in that nomination.
I don't think like Austin Butler didn't seem like he would be the right fit for that character. I don't think Jason Momoa felt like he would be the right fit for the character. But when you see him in the movie, they both absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The character Duncan, like I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, okay, yeah, you know, he's like the badass guy who's like a mentor to Paul. But then on second watch, like you can really feel like that they have a history, and it's not just like the superficial history. It's like
it's a true friendship.
I like he was like kind of like he was like a patriarch to him.
He like a big brother.
Yeah,
he looks up to him.
He was, and then when I don't think it was him, but it was Gurney. When he tells him that his father's dead in the desert afterwards, and he immediately kneels to his Lord.
Yeah.
And it's like, that scene was kind of intense. I didn't really even tag it as anything emotional at all in the first couple watches, but watching it here, you know, like his father's dead. He's already in the state of mourning and already in the state of panic and escaping and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like dragging his mom along, and they're all just trying to survive. And then Gurney like kneels to him, and you're just like, oh fuck, I'm also the king of
Duncan. Duncan is the one that finds out.
Duncan was the one.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Gurney, after the attack, Gurney is like he is just out of the movie pretty much.
He becomes like
you're right. It was Duncan.
He becomes a Han Solo character.
But yeah, he kneels to him and says, "My Lord," and he like puts his hand on his head, and he's like, now I'm also on top of all this. I got to be the fucking king of Atreides, you know, House Atreides.
Yeah.
Do they ever, in the book, Joseph, do they ever specify Paul's age? Like, I know he's supposed to be a young adult, but...
In the book, he's supposed to be 15.
Oh my God. I can't... Can you even imagine being 15 and having all this responsibility dumped on you? I'd be like, I just want to smoke weed with my friends out in Arrakis and
then
spice.
And then your balls drop, and you have to be the king of the Frem and all the Duke Atreides of Arrakis.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
I mean, the age is like obviously not disclosed in the movie, but like they fucking nailed it with like Chalamet was the perfect, like physically, like visually, like the perfect representation of a young person who's probably supposed to be like,
I'd say 15, 16, 17, like, somewhere in that range.
I would say like 17, 18, something like that.
Well, when that first shot of him getting out of bed with the low light, again, Greg Fraser killing it. You're looking at him, you're like, he's a scrawny little fucker.
It's a child.
He's a youngster, you know. He's a hairless little slippery little guy.
A little otter.
Yeah, exactly. And then I mean, you don't see much as he gets older, but I mean 3 years later in the time of the release. Right? 21 and 24, right?
No,
2021 to 2024 release dates.
Yeah, he was like 20, like early 20s when he made the first one, later 20s I mean the second one.
Yeah, but I mean he definitely went from looking like a little kid to
an adolescent
to a young man.
Adolescent. But as far the casting, like as far as the casting for each of the characters, like give the director, the casting director, the Oscar right now.
Yeah.
Like every single one of these actors are perfectly placed in their roles, and they each perform the role very well.
Yeah.
Weakest probably being Walken.
Yeah.
Because like when I'm watching this movie, I'm not watching Zendaya teach Timothée Chalamet how to sandwalk. I'm not watching Josh Brolin play the Balicet.
You're watching the characters.
I'm not watching Stellan Skarsgård in a fat suit take an oil bath.
What is a gift? Not a gift.
And I'm watching Paul and Chani fall in love. I'm watching Gurney Halleck surviving as a spice smuggler, and the Baron being a manipulative, predatory, and pure evil.
Yeah,
and
he was great.
Yeah, and it's the Baron specifically, his character, because in the book he's essentially a pedophile.
Not surprised.
And in each version of the story, in like Lynch's version, and then there's a BBC miniseries.
Yeah,
that's like a 3-episode miniseries that I watched.
Is that Hodorowski's?
No, he never made his movie.
Oh, that was unmade. I didn't know that.
And then in this version, to a lesser extent, probably to a better extent, they made him less obvious that he likes young children. But if you're watching in the movie in the background, you always see he's surrounded by very young looking, not wearing much clothes, younger people.
Yeah.
Like in part 2 when he's in that spa after the gladiator fights, you see like two people like wearing, and then they're like standing like this.
Yeah, there's always 2 or 3 like waiting on him in the pits.
Yeah, and in the previous versions, he's way more creepy.
Yeah.
In the BBC version with William Hurt plays the Leto Atreides.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. The actor, I can't remember his name, but he is like comically creepy. He wears like these red leather like straps, and it's crazy. But yeah, casting again, just overall.
Yeah, that's
really
an
good.
interesting point, because I think the casting was great. I can't imagine who other than Timothée Chalamet could like. I can't even think of anyone who could play Paul. He that was like the perfect role for him. He was born for that role.
The guy that played the Baron in the BBC miniseries, his name is Ian McNeice.
Oh yeah, Ian McNeice.
And he plays the guy who picks up Ace Ventura in Ace Ventura Part 2.
Oh yeah, he's the
chubby guy,
the British guy
who picks him up in the Jeep, and they're running back, and Ace Ventura's going like this, and he's sitting in the completely still in the passenger seat.
Let's do all the things that you want to do.
Yeah.
All the scenes with the Baron were very unsettling, and I think in Part 2, the one that was the most unsettling is where you hear the woman scream behind the closed door, and then you hear that, like just the fact that you could hear the crunch.
Yeah,
it was, and then. You don't know what he did, and he's so forbidding every time he's on screen too, because he does that whole like snake thing.
Yeah, because he has the risers that essentially because he's too fat to walk.
Yeah.
He uses the risers to get around.
Yeah.
And which are like docked into his spine.
And another thing about the themes of Dune as well that got me really thinking was of course I would be a part of the Fremen, but I was thinking
you complain every time it's over 100 degrees. I gotta go do my job.
It's up to 140 degrees on Arrakis.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that would be terrible, and I would still be complaining.
You would still be a delivery driver on Arrakis.
I know I would.
You should get yourself a still suit.
But what I liked about the themes was that me as the audience, when there was like a little speech that the Baron does about how like wealth is power or power is wealth or something along those lines, and for me as the audience, you can see who played Drax.
Dave Bautista.
Dave Bautista.
Raban.
Because Dave Bautista is listening to him like wax on about it. Raban. And you can see the confusion on Dave Bautista's face because
he has a great confused face.
Because he's like, from what I he does.
What?
Because
he's just like, huh?
Because from what I interpret it as is that that was like a common thing is like, why do we need this much money like when we have like everything like it's like why
80 years
but at the same time he's also like they took it away from us, bruh. Why?
Yeah,
I like when he lets go and he's able to
fucking just goes
yeah. I can't believe they took us for that Duke. Yeah. Rats.
I did laugh at that part.
Goes 0 to 11 real quick, or 0 to 100 real quick.
Or when he's like he bashed that guy's head against the council. Yeah, and I'm like, why are you? I'm like, what are you doing, man?
He is furious because he's doing a horrible job of maintaining spice production.
Yeah.
I also liked when Walken's character is introduced into like really brought into the story, which is a tale as old as time. I need to get this guy over here, so I'm going to challenge him to a duel.
Yeah,
and it's like you could just say no, no.
Oh
no!
But he brings the whole fucking ship.
Yeah, he brings the big
armada, big chrome dome.
Yeah. Well, the plan was that he would come and settle the war, and it would make him look like a hero, right? That was Arulin's Florence Pugh's character. Essentially, that was the plan that she elaborated to.
Oh, really?
Said like, you can let them fight, let the Harkonnens and the Fremen fight, and then you come in, try to make peace, and you would come out as hero. Yeah. Even though the Bene Gesserit are working with the Emperor, but they're also working above the Emperor to serve their own designs.
Yeah.
Well, I like when he comes in, and it's like Baron Harkonnen and Raban and Fade Routha. They're all like badass motherfuckers in the movie. They're fucking killing people. They're torturing people. This dude's Yue's wife.
Robin's a little bit of a dunce.
Yeah, but he's a little of a coward too. He runs away in a couple scenes, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But then when the Emperor comes up, they're like, you were supposed to do a job. You didn't do it, and he just basically cuts his life support off.
Yeah.
And you're like, he's just like that. He's the baddest motherfucker in the room. He didn't even have to try.
Yeah, and that was like one of the notes I think from Christopher Walken when he got the role. He was like, "How do I portray an emperor of a universe?" And the note I think from Denis was that like, don't worry about you portraying the emperor. Just worry about how everyone treats you. Like you will be the emperor because everyone will essentially be serving you.
Yeah,
as emperor. You don't have to try, basically.
Yeah.
You don't have to try to be looming powerful because in part one, like the emperor, you only hear him by name.
You only hear about him,
Yeah. And it's like it sounds so ominous when he's brought up, the emperor.
Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah. And
somehow
he's like
he came back.
And he's basically as much in the movie as he is in the book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe a little bit more, but he's not mentioned or in many scenes. He's only in like the beginning and maybe at the end. At the end, obviously. But yeah, Paul as a character, one of the most complex characters happens to be, of course, the main character in this story and movie, and he's also very young. I would assume he's supposed to be, like we talked about, like 17, 19 years old.
Yeah.
He's 15 in the book when the story starts, and is 17, 18 when it ends in the book. His whole life so far, he's been taught combat by arguably the fiercest fighters in the known galaxy, Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck. Also implied by a throwaway line in the movie by David Desmalchian's character, because he says the Atreides Legion are the finest in the Imperium, trained by Gurney Halleck and Duncan Idaho.
Yeah.
And
he's just personally trained by them too.
Yeah, and Duncan Idaho is arguably the fiercest fighter in their known galaxy, their own universe.
But he dies like a loser.
So, yeah. He dies saving everyone's lives.
He died like a bitch.
What a punk.
And he's being trained in combat by Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck. He's also he's an amalgamation of that fighting and smarts by his mother, his influence from his father and leadership.
Yep.
It's a melting pot.
And less so in the movie. He's also got mentat abilities.
No shit.
In the book, it's way more prevalent, but in the movie, it's very lightly implied with his relationship with Hawat. When he sees him on Arrakis, he's like very excited to see Hawat.
Yeah.
Like they're like friends. Like they spend a lot of time together.
He's like a stat maxed character.
Yeah. He's an amalgamation, and he is the perfect recipe for the one.
Yeah.
Basically, and it's almost just like a coincidence that he has all of these other abilities, and then he takes the water of life, and it just fucking enhances everything.
Yeah.
Well, his mom does say, she's like, you have one step left, take the water of life.
I don't know if
she says it, and then like 30 minutes, 45 minutes of screen time happens, and you're like, you would kind of think that she would be like, hey, Paul, did you take the water of life yet? You really need to get on the water of life.
Yeah, get on this shit.
We got a prophecy to fulfill.
So, I mean, is it the common because now that we're talking about it more in depth, that my smooth brain couldn't comprehend, is it accepted that the mom was like manipulating him to be like a leader this whole time without him knowing? And is that why you're saying that he gained the smarts?
Well, that's just because he was trained by her,
and she's super smart,
and she's at Bene Gesserit.
What was he trained by?
She was training him in the Bene Gesserit ways,
to use the voice,
which you don't.
Oh yeah, the voice,
which you don't do with males in the Bene Gesserit, because the Bene Gesserit are essentially witches, and it's all female.
I love that there's not even just the Bene Gesserit who say, she says, what a waste on a male.
Yeah,
and then another point in time, when she's about to drink the water of life, it says, it would kill a male.
Yeah,
which implies that females are the stronger of the two. Which which is great.
I mean, I agree with that. In real life,
I would just kill myself if I have a child. Try to squeeze a child out.
Yeah,
instant death.
Yeah. I mean, and all of that leading up. I mean, all the way to the point of him taking the water of life, learning that his grandfather is the Baron.
Yeah,
is all the Bene Gesserit design. Even Jessica didn't know.
Yeah.
And she was taken as a baby via flashback and didn't know that her dad was the Baron. And they kept that from her because they, like she says...
How did she have hair?
Well, I mean, maybe they just shaved their heads.
They don't.
She's also part Bene...
Fade Routha doesn't even have eyebrows. I don't think any of them have eyebrows.
I don't think so either.
They all have alopecia.
Yeah.
She just didn't. She had the dominant Bene Gesserit genes.
But yeah, it's all like intentional. Like she was taken from them. Like she was given up by the Baron. Like essentially an illegitimate child.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a fuck anyways.
No. And it was even like, does he even know that she's...
No, he doesn't. Because he was surprised.
Yeah. And then...
Grandson.
And she is essentially the reason why this is all happening, because she chose to have a boy because she was in love with Duke.
So my question for you, I guess you don't know this yet because you haven't read Dune Messiah.
I'm halfway through.
Okay, good. So is his sister really the Messiah?
No.
Because she has a name like, it had a Q in it, a name of a different, like,
No,
Messiah.
Paul is the Kwisatz Haderach.
Oh, okay. So
which is the Bene Gesserit's term for the one who is.
I thought
can
that
see beyond space and time.
At one point, that she said that he would lead to the Kwisatz, whatever, and that was Anya Taylor-Joy.
No, she's
daughter.
essentially just she's born a reverend mother in the story because she took the water of life when she was pregnant.
In Dune, Lynch's Dune, she's already a child.
Yeah, and that's how it is in the book. She's born after the end of part 1, the movie, and in the story, it's 2 years that are in between. It just does a time jump, 2 years, and Alia is born. That's her name, and she's actually the one who kills the Baron in Lynch's Dune and in the book.
Oh, interesting.
And fun fact about that.
I love his death in this one.
Yeah, I do too. So satisfying.
Very
grandfather.
Very poetic because so in the movie he stabs Paul kills the Baron, which very satisfying.
Yeah,
like
very.
it's
hey, you're here.
Probably
you're stabbing me.
Probably the better change, one of the better changes from the book because it makes his death more poetic and Paul's arc more satisfying.
Yeah,
because he's the one who had to live through his family being killed.
Yeah.
And it's only right that he's the one who
delivers
the knife. In the book, he has a vision of that, of him standing over the Baron and saying, "Hello, grandfather." But that doesn't actually happen in the book. Alia kills him with the needle, the Gom Jabbar.
Oh, okay.
And interesting enough as well, another layer, Paul stabs him in the neck in the same spot where the Gom Jabbar would kill you in the test. And he says, "You die like an animal." And in the test, it says, "An animal caught in a trap will gnaw off its own legs to escape." So it's almost like a nod to the book and the book readers.
Right. I like how when Gurney is training Paul at the beginning in the weapons room or whatever.
Yes.
And he's saying, you fight when the need arises.
No matter the mood.
You don't feel like it. Fuck you, basically.
Yeah.
You know? And
it's a great scene.
The way that they end the fight, they're both stabbing each other, and he's like, "I would have taken your life too," or whatever. And that's how he kills Feyd-Rautha.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yes.
I definitely caught that. Like if you were watching,
it's like that it could be the longest foreshadowing of any movie series.
Yeah,
because it's like that's a bit of foreshadowing, and it takes 4.5 hours of screen time to get to the payoff or something like that.
Same with the Reverend Mother, the one who tests Paul, says, "You have more than one birthright," foreshadowing because she knows that his grandfather is the Baron.
I didn't catch that even.
And it's almost like because she says because you're Jessica's son, and it's like what does that mean without seeing where the story goes? But then it happens, and then it's like, oh.
And that's the advantage of watching it consecutively, the parts 1 and part 2, because the payoffs definitely are more satisfying when you can see it in one sitting rather than waiting a couple of years and then having to revisit it and be like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. A couple things. I wrote some visions and payoffs. I got some here, like the one we just mentioned. The most impressive one to me is the Gurney Halleck training and him using the same technique to kill Feyd-Rautha. Like probably one of the best payoffs in this movie.
I like how Feyd-Rautha just copies him.
Yeah.
Well, for one, the first fight, he says, what's the guy's name he killed at the end of the first one? Gemmis. Gemmis says, "May your knife chip and shatter," and then Paul doesn't say anything. He just goes. He does the whatever. He does a little
the Duncan Idaho
Atreides salute. Yeah. And then at the beginning of that fight, he does both. "May your knife chip and shatter." And he does a thing, and then Austin Butler's like, "May your knife chip and shatter."
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
So the opening sequence of part 1, it opens with Chani delivering a voiceover.
Some of that.
Part 1, "My Arrakis is so beautiful when the sun is low." In part 2, when Paul and Chani are sitting on top of the dune together, same shot, pretty much the same exact line.
Yep.
Scene with Duke Leto and Paul in the cemetery tells him, I found my way to it. Maybe he'll find yours in regards to leadership.
That's payoff.
And then when he says he found his way, puts the ring away. When the Fremen leader tells Paul he must kill Stilgar to take his place, Paul says, you think I'm stupid enough to deprive myself of the best of us? In my opinion, a callback to when Duke Leto tells Hawat, you would deprive us of your talents at this time after the assassination attempt on Paul, showing us how much his father's impact as a
I was
leader.
going to say, that just shows how much he's just like his father.
Yeah. Even in a context when he's like not, he still is like collection of these trainings and influences. The vision of Paul as a Fedaykin fighting alongside the Fremen in the battle, when he's having that vision in the still tent and sees Chani, she's like dressed like Jesus, and he's looking down at the war. You see him like doing all these like cool moves and killing all these Sardaukar. And we see a very similar sequence, but it's Chani at the end of that instead in a mirrored position. So like, when his helmet like comes up and it's like, oh, it's Paul and he has blue eyes and the vision and the sandworms erupting from the background. It's Chani at the battle at the end in that same exact position except mirrored. Let's see.
My favorite line in part 2 is when Gurney says something along the lines of "Your father wouldn't pursue revenge."
Yeah,
and Paul is just like, "Fuck that."
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I'm not my dad.
It's like, fuck that.
And you'll not be my dad either.
In the same scene, after he kills the Baron, Paul tells his fighters to give the Baron's body to the desert. And what did the Baron say in part 1? Arrakis is Arrakis, and the desert takes the weak.
That's great. Love that.
Yeah. So, and there's probably like a lot more that I didn't get, but yeah, a lot of great payoffs that I found on watching it and just like looking at more. There are some moments from the book that I wanted to bring up versus the movie. The moment in the movie after Paul's assassination attempt and the Duke is really pissed off, basically, the Duke says, they tried to take the life of my son. And in the book, he keeps repeating that line to himself, like in his head. It just keeps appearing like every second paragraph. It just like isn't italicized, just showing us that he's thinking that they tried to take the life of my son. They tried to take the life of my son because he's mad, but also I think it's because he feels like he's partly responsible for putting his only son in danger by bringing him here to Arrakis.
Sure.
And the way that Oscar Isaac delivers that line is like, every time I hear it, it's like a gut punch. Because he's so angry and he's so frustrated and just with everybody and himself that this could happen.
Daddy Leto.
In the book, there's a dinner scene with a bunch of people with the Atreides, like when they first arrived. It's like a welcome dinner. There's a bunch of people there's like smugglers there and some other people and some other locals to start developing a rapport with them, which is pretty much omitted from the movie, except it's kind of replaced with the scene when the Baron is eating the Atreides food and Leto is captured and paralyzed and stripped. In the original dinner scene in the book, he exclaims, "Here I am and here I remain," as a toast, basically, to his guests. As the beginning of a toast, and meaning that he's just not here. It's not just here I, Duke Leto, am here, and here I, Duke Leto, remain. It's here I, Atreides, am, here I, Atreides, remain. In the context of the movie, it still has that meaning. And even without the context of the book, it's essentially telling the Baron that even after I'm dead, my actions will have a lasting impact that you will feel for the rest of your life, i.e. now you have to sleep in oil baths and have ventilators to live.
I thought he was in there just for pleasure.
That's what I thought too.
Because he's in there before at the beginning of the.
Well,
Was he?
No. After he gets poisoned, he goes into the oil bath, saying that his healing is he's healing in there. Another big moment in the movie, or in the book, when Chani starts falling in love with him, it's more stark in the book.
Yeah.
Chani is a much different character in the book. She's more of like a worshiper, and she like agrees with everything Paul's doing.
Oh, okay. I like her being the the young person who doesn't buy into that bullshit.
Way better version in the movie, in my opinion. So Paul in the book, he kills Jamis, and right away she's like, "That guy's hot."
I like how she goes when she's talking about Stilgar and how he's from the Deep South.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Yeah, everyone from the South is religious." didn't you know Stilgar's from the South? And he goes, no, I didn't know that. You didn't catch his accent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm not from a different fucking planet, guy.
I know. He's like coming over. He's like, what are you guys laughing about? Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't bother.
No big deal. He was probably my favorite character. And it was like, I'm so glad he got more screen time in the second one.
Yeah, same.
And he almost had a number of comic relief moments too. Like when he's like, yeah, Muddy is so
humble.
He's so humble. He doesn't pretend to be Muddy, which means it's even more likely that he is Muddy.
He can definitely put a smile on my face.
It's so fun.
Yeah. Fun fact that I learned reading the book after seeing the movie. There's a lot of like, oh my god, that's in the book. That's in the book. I can't. That seems like such a movie thing, like an only movie thing. Like for example, in part 1, when they're Paul and Jessica are running away from the sandworm, like that just seems like a visual cue type thing to just make it exciting.
Yeah.
But that's very much in the book. I was like, oh, that's in the book. But this moment specifically, so Hans Zimmer did the score, like composed a bunch of movies and stuff. So one of the title tracks of the movie is A Time of Quiet Between Storms, and it's a track that serves as both Paul's and Chani's like love theme, basically.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And it also closes out the movie in a much different context. And Hans Zimmer even like asked one of his people in his orchestra to essentially modify or invent a new instrument to play what you're hearing at the beginning of the song right here. It's like a flute-esque type instrument.
Yeah.
So this is a modified instrument.
There's a lot of great behind-the-scenes stuff with Hans Zimmer.
I thought you were gonna say he was gonna have one of his people in the orchestra fall in love with that person.
Yeah. so the title track of this is A Time of Quiet Between Storms, and that is directly from the book. It's not a line said in the movie or anything, but the quote from the book is this. She put a palm against his cheek. I'm no longer afraid, Usul. Look at me. I see what you see when you hold me thus. What do you see? He demanded. I see us giving love to each other in a time of quiet between storms. It's what we were meant to do.
God damn, that was so dramatic with the music
We're
behind.
having sex now? Okay.
And when I read that, I was in bed reading, and Deanna was asleep, and I was like, oh my god. I was like, Deanna, look.
That's a good line.
She wasn't nearly as impressed as I was, but
I know that was beautiful.
I just thought that was really cool that they put that in such a part of the movie, not in the movie, but like in the soundtrack of the movie.
Yeah.
And the track of title is from the book, and it's not even it's not aligned in the movie.
Yeah, clever line for sure.
Yeah. Let's see, why did I say this one? Oh, I said that one for.
I liked hearing from Hans Zimmer about this woman. He found her. She has a very specific type of yell in real life.
Yeah.
Just a random tweaker on the corner
with a great voice.
Han is like, "Oh yeah, I want her." Like, I don't know, Mr. Zimmer.
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of instrument that even is. Some drum and something else.
Probably.
Maybe it's like a bass flute or something.
Yeah. Something that I haven't even like talked about is like obviously the technical stuff about this movie. I mean, it's easy to say that it looks fucking great and it sounds great and it's edited really well and just the wardrobe, set design,
everything is
the visual effects is fucking awesome.
There's another great, we had mentioned him earlier in the last episode, Thomas Flight, that has a great episode or YouTube video that's called "Why Does Dune Look That Way?" or something like that. And it's about how instead of using green screen for stuff, they used sand screens, like tan background screens.
Oh,
yeah.
So when you see the reflection of like the ornithopters, you don't see a green tint to like the reflections and stuff, or no blue tint. It's all tan.
Interesting.
And it's really kind of fascinating how they do a lot of this stuff. But even so much as looking at like a modern Marvel movie, or say for example the Star Wars movie, the newer Star Wars movies, a lot of times they like, we got the whole spaceship, we want you to see the whole goddamn ship, you know. We paid money to design the goddamn we're gonna show you the whole thing in full light and everything.
Yeah.
And in this like when the Bene Gesserit are flying down to Caladan and landing at night through the stormy skies and the trees and stuff, you barely even see that ship.
Yeah.
No.
It's just lights coming down, and you barely see a glimpse of it, and you're like, that's more true to life. You don't get a fully framed, well lit shot of this giant ship.
Yeah,
and I really appreciate that. It makes the movie feel more like you're in a real thing rather than watching a cartoon. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I've kind of felt the same way when I saw that scene too.
Yeah, there's like, it's like, even the coloring of this movie. I was watching something else about kind of like similar to that type of video, but just specifically about the color of the movie, because each house has a color to their world. Like Atreides is very green and blue.
Green and blue, yeah.
Harkonnen's obviously like black and white. Gray, white, without life, without color. The Emperor's planet is a little bit more, also kind of like green, a little bit more tropical colors. And Iraq is obviously very orange and tan in the desert.
You didn't even comment on Gady Prime, the Harkonnen planet, how
the gladiator,
the exterior, every exterior shot is shot because their sun is like not a yellow sun, it's a white sun or something.
Black sun.
Black sun. It's a black hole sun.
Yeah.
Black hole sun.
So it's shot in IR, right?
It's shot, the gladiator scene is shot in infrared.
And you can see as they go from like the interior of like the buildings and they come out, it goes from a yellow lit natural light into this black and white infrared light. Really, really crazy. And it's done in camera, right?
Yeah, they shot infrared.
That's so fucking cool.
Like there, and they were like, they needed approval to do it. Like, if we do this, we can't add color.
And there was interesting. They had like fireworks in the sky, but they were like oil,
like ink blocks.
Yeah. I thought that was really cool.
Like, that's really cool.
Yeah. And another thing that was surprised me, that the triangular gladiator arena is like, that's a very visually cool thing for the movie. But it is in the book. They describe it. And I was like, oh my God.
That's cool.
Again, it's in the book.
Go figure.
There's some characters that are omitted from the movie that they filmed scenes with. Tim Blake Nelson had a role in this movie.
Really?
And he plays Leia Seydoux, Margot Fenring, the Bene Gesserit who seduces Vader Alpha.
Yeah.
Tim Blake Nelson plays like her husband, basically.
Interesting.
And Tim Blake Nelson, the character, his name is like Hasamir Fenring, and he's essentially the Baron's like best childhood friend.
Oh, doesn't she hook up with Vader Alpha?
Yeah, for Bene Gesserit designs. And canonically he's like a eunuch, like he was born a eunuch.
What does that mean?
He ain't got
dick.
He ain't got no dick.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it just meant you had no balls.
It could be that too.
There's an interview with him.
It's basically asexual. You cannot have sex.
There's an interview with him on some show where he talks about like that he did film scenes for Dune Part 2 that were left on the cutting room floor, along with their scenes with Hawat, Stephen McKinley.
Yeah, Henderson.
Yeah. And he also filmed more scenes for Part 1 and that were deleted, and more scenes for Part 2 that were just not in the movie.
You know, I respect Denny for a lot of things, and I respect his decision with this, but he says when the movie's done, movie's done.
That's it.
We're never gonna have a director's cut. We're never gonna.
Yeah.
You're not gonna see the deleted scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the studio's gonna just snatch up some of those and put them on like the extras for the discs or whatever.
Yeah.
But he is very.
This is the cut.
This is it.
This is what you get.
You ain't getting another one, which is really I admire that, but it's sad.
Yeah.
I know there were some
I want to
things.
see Tim Blake Nelson.
I know there are some things that I wish I could have seen. There are things in the book that like I understand why they omitted them, because like that's very much like a book thing.
Yeah.
That fits in the context of words.
Yeah.
Not visually. So Liet Kynes, the Imperial ecologist in the first one, the character is a man in the book, and canonically Chani is her daughter, and Stilgar is Chani's uncle.
What?
All of that is kind of inconsequential to the grand scheme of the story.
Yeah. You blow my mind right here.
But Liet Kynes in the movie, female, obviously. In the book, the character has a much longer, kind of drawn out and like way more poetic death. Because in the movie, she's killed directly by the Sardaukar because she betrayed the Emperor in helping going against what they're trying to do and helping the Atreides. In the book, they do kill her, but they don't like stab her. They just like essentially put her in the desert and like without a still suit, and she has like this. I'm just saying she because the character is she in the movie.
Yeah.
She has this poetic death where she's like essentially like talking to herself and had this monologue, and conveying one of the main themes of the story about Paul is like we need to beware of the hero, and she uses that word, the hero, which would be Paul,
right?
And then she gets killed by it's like a spice deposit in the middle of the desert.
She snorts herself to death.
Think of it like I guess like a geyser, like a
fountain of cocaine.
Yeah, a geyser of spice that just is like hot and just obliterates her. But I would have been interesting to see that, but I'm glad that they didn't expand on certain characters and
you can only do so much.
Emphasize.
You got 5 hours already. 5 hours and like 22 minutes or something like that.
I know, and as much as I love living in that world, like it's a lot of time.
Yeah,
and there's so much more. Like in the movie, there's a lot of implications. It's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Especially if you haven't read the story.
Yeah.
In the book, it's like that too.
Yeah,
it's like the lips of the mentats, like they had the stained lip.
Yeah.
They don't really explain that in the book, but they say it's a Sappho stained. And in the back of the book, there is a glossary.
There's a glossary.
There's a glossary
that makes sense.
of definitions of certain things, and things that like, oh, I remember the Mala pistol, which is the gun that he takes
from
at the end.
Shani.
And he's like, you'll get a Mala pistol when you earn
it.
It
Never comes back again.
It doesn't come back in the book either.
Oh, really? All right. Well, cool.
So it's just like a dart gun. Also, why there's so many they like going back to why they use swords versus like traditional shooting guns and stuff. And there's like laser guns. They call them las guns. The shields. And also why they don't use shields in the desert. The las guns will, if they were to come in contact with a shield, would essentially cause a nuclear explosion.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Not canonical in the movie universe.
Yeah.
But also it's like,
oh, Jesus.
the question of like, why don't they just use the guns all the time?
Yeah.
Why don't they just use it all the time? I would assume the Fremen, it's like resources. Like they're limited. They're like manufacturing like these rockets. And then carrying around those big laser guns are not very efficient,
especially in a hot environment like that. You're just wasting water, as
that's
right.
Say.
And then looking back at like how they like he very subtly describes how shields work in that first training sequence. Like the slow blade penetrates the shield, whereas like if you were to just shoot someone with a bullet, it would just bounce off.
It's a great scene with the dart where it's going in the back of his
and it's like
and it's slowly going in, slowly faster and faster.
And then even with the doctor, his character, he's got like, because he can just like touch you and like know your vitals, and it's just because
that's pretty cool.
You can't do that.
No.
No. Well, I guess interesting.
And there's like so much more context to his character and his like conditioning and training, and it's so much more lore behind these characters.
I'll never know that because I'm never going to read the book.
But yeah, even just at a surface level of like, to me anyway, watching the characters, it was like, this is really cool. But yeah, anything else?
No, I'm ready to grade this thing.
I thought I had a thought, but
there's a lot that we didn't say, like the sandworm riding sequence. I watched part 1 in IMAX on a re-release right before part 2 came out, and they showed that Chalamet and Florence Pugh came up and was like, "Thanks for watching Dune Part 1. Here's a sneak peek for Part 2." And then it was the
sand riding scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like when he says, what's his called? What do they call the sandworms?
Shai Hulud.
Shai Hulud.
Oh.
Shai Hulud will decide if you are Fremen
Or if you die.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you'll die.
Yeah, he was Stilgar was a good,
Yeah, still.
like kind of comic relief character.
Yeah.
Because the way he like delivered lines was.
I know he goes. In the centipedes, you don't have to worry about the big ones. But the little ones.
I know he's like
The
this.
little one.
It's like a foot and 3 feet long. You're like shit.
But yeah, I think I said what I wanted to say.
All right. Same here.
So yeah, let's get into some grades. Tyler,
Uh,
this is in that order in the game.
Yeah.
I would grade this movie a B plus.
B plus. Okay. Overall, part 1, part 2 combined.
Part 1, yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna consider it all one movie.
Whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, I was harsh on it in the beginning, but after like discussing like the more deeper meaning of the story, that went over my head.
There's a lot there.
I have a more greater appreciation, and I didn't realize how easily I could be seduced by a messiah. Like that blew my mind when you brought that point up.
Well, this guy sounds good.
Yeah, that white guy's making a whole lot of sense.
Game recognized game.
Man, that twink knows how to yell.
I think overall, though, I would watch the part 1 and part 2 consecutively. If I were gonna put on Dune, it would have to be like a half a day thing.
Yeah.
And it's just visually stunning. All the actors did a great job, and I always kind of have a problem with like the one kind of stories, but this one's kind of done in a unique way than other ones.
Oh, so you don't like the Bible? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, not a fan.
Or the Matrix?
You don't like the Bible?
I do like the Matrix, but that's a little bit more superficial than Dune, I think.
I think it's literally the same story.
It on a basic level, it is. But with Dune, like it kind of
the society that he's brought into, they live below the surface because
all right,
just like in the Sieges.
But yeah, I think this is also like a movie that I could probably only watch like once a year. It's so dense. I don't know if I could just watch it like once a month or like once every 5 months. Mm-hmm. Just make it like a tradition, like watch it on some day once a year.
Easter.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. But yeah, B plus for me.
Cool. Pete.
A plus, easy. Fantastic. Like you said, I think I'm pretty lockstep with you when it comes to the feelings about it, like as a whole, being this expansive, really like immersive experience that Denny's was able to bring to us. I mean, it makes sense because Peter Jackson had a love for Lord of the Rings, and Denis Villeneuve had a love for Dune.
Right.
And it's like once they were able to unlock, and it's still crazy that they gave Peter Jackson that so early in his career.
What did you make before this?
Yeah,
Dead Alive. Huh?
Meet the Hollow. No, was it Meet the Feebles?
Meet the Feebles.
Yeah.
And
you're our guy.
Heavenly Creatures, I think. It just none of it seemed like it made sense. But leading into this, Denny had Blade Runner 2049, Arrival.
Already a sci-fi director.
Yeah, already could show the scope and scale of what he was able to achieve and whatnot. And then I assembled my team.
Yeah,
he was able to pry Hans Zimmer away from Christopher Nolan.
I know.
Break that like friendship that they had, that inseparable bond.
Yeah.
It's like being able to take, De Niro or Leonardo DiCaprio away from Scorsese.
Yeah,
it's like, I can't work with him anymore. I'm working with fucking Nolan now or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's really is a fantastic story, and it's a movie that needs to be watched back to back to see the full experience, to show the full story and just how impressive, and the like if you were to stand on the highest, like if you were standing on the roof of this house and look over the horizon, you may be able to see Denis Villeneuve's balls from Canada from here, because they're just so fucking huge.
Yeah.
After this undertaking of what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calling his shot, a movie in advance, and it's like it was fantastic. My one gripe that I had throughout was I wish that Paul would just tell Johnny his plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in all reality, how do you explain that? It would end up coming off very similar to this. I got to do this so I can go over here, and then trust me, otherwise you're gonna die, and then Stilgar's gonna die, and the whole thing is gonna collapse. So I have to marry her. I mean, you're still my number one, though.
Yeah,
that happens in the book.
He explains it to her.
Either him or Jessica explains it to her.
I mean,
and she's like, "Okay, that's cool."
Really?
Yeah, that's how
she's like, chill.
Yeah.
So now I'm primed and pumped for Dune Messiah. I hope it happens.
I halfway through the book, I have no idea how it's going to do. I don't want to spoil anything, but they're going to have to get somebody to do this role, or the same person.
Well, Dune Part 2, just to finalize this before you give your thoughts, Joseph. It's 8.6 on IMDb. It's rated as number 35 of all time on IMDb.
Wow.
Of 250?
On the 250.
Wow.
Above Gladiator and Across the Spider-Verse, just below Psycho and Parasite. So, yeah, what a movie.
Yeah.
Part 2. But as a whole, even better. Makes it even better.
Yeah.
It's like one makes the other one better than makes the other one. It's a cycle.
Nice. Cool. A+. Same thing. A+.
Plus.
A++. A plus for each movie. Just the opening sequence of this movie. The orange, the sand, him waking up, and the Harkonnens like hitting those anti-grav riser things and climbing.
Part 2,
climbing up the cliff. Just like
they smell the delicious pie on the windowsill up there, just
bam,
floating up to the top of the mesa.
So fucking cool. And then the immersion that I feel when I watch these movies, because every time I've seen these movies, I'm not like I'm watching a movie.
We're there.
I feel like I'm like when I watch Lord of the Rings. I don't feel like I'm watching movies. I feel like I'm watching history.
All right.
With this one, I feel like I'm watching future history. 8,000 years in the future.
George Lucas was like, that one's set in ours is set in the past, a long time ago. It says the first line you see.
Yeah.
Nothing like Dune.
No.
Please don't sue.
Frank Herbert hated Star Wars when it came out.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. But yeah, just the immersion that I feel watching these movies. Everyone does so well. It's the technical things like the cinematography and the music just elevate everything.
Yeah.
But the story is really what captivates me about this, and I'm sure there's plenty of things that I didn't mention that I probably wanted to mention, but watching these movies is so good. It's like it's my new, like, I've had Lord of the Rings for this long, since early 2000s. Now I have this
on top of it.
Now I have this because I haven't had anything since then that I've like been obsessed with. That just like it just hits me, just connects with me. I don't know why.
You think after one generation of the Fremen being on Caladan that they're just gonna be like, yeah, big whoop. Yeah, the people that grew up on Arrakis, they're like, wow, it's paradise. Everybody after that's gonna be like, okay, why are you?
Yeah,
this is paradise. I mean, it's nice. Don't say it's bad, but
I mean, another thing that I didn't mention that I really like about this is the fact that we're so far advanced in humanity that, like, since we've gotten rid of machines, it's not like magic that we have. It's just we have so much discipline and training that we can manipulate our own bodies so well that we can, so like powerfully that we can do it to others as well, like the voice.
Yeah. I love the sound design of the voice too.
And when I was in theater the first time, and he fucking tells that bitch.
Oh, the Bene Gesserit.
Tells that bitch silence.
Reverend Mother.
Oh my God! I fist pumped the air. I was like, I was so excited. It was like when I watched like the back-breaking scene in Dark Knight Rises.
Oh,
I was like, yes.
Yeah.
It was like that exciting.
So
to me.
yeah, no, I agree with you. That scene,
Another parallel to his first test when she tells him silence.
Oh yeah,
when he's got his
oh
hand,
yeah, and when they're in
Excuse
the
me.
when he's got the pain box, and
put your hand in the box.
he's like fucking groaning in pain, and she's silence, and then he fucking just lets her have it at the end there, and it's satisfying.
Very
So
satisfying.
yeah, A++ for me, A+ from Pete, B+ from Tyler. That's it for Dune. We did it. Let's move on to the wheel.
1 wheel, 8 slots, 3 hosts. This is the Wheel of Destiny.
All right, Dune. Off the wheel. Joseph, what are you going to replace it with?
All right, we tackled that.
We did.
We did. Now I think the three of us, we are qualified to tackle race relations and end racism once and for all.
There is no racial bigotry here.
Okay. All right.
We're going to watch Do the Right Thing.
Oh, cool. I've never seen it.
Yeah, Spike Lee, Do the Right Thing. I've seen it.
Oh yeah, that came out in '90.
Okay, in the 90s.
It came out in the '90s. I know.
Starring John Turturro, Giancarlo Esposito, Spike Lee himself, Sam Jackson, and other recognizable faces.
The guy who's in Spider-Man, who's like J. Jonah Jameson's right-hand man. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. So yeah, I've seen this movie a couple times. Really like it. It's really hot and
I was
sweaty.
going to say, this and Predator 2 are some of the sweatiest movies alive.
And it takes place during like a heat wave in New York, and everyone's angry at each other.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. It's right on the wheel next to another one, American History X.
Yeah.
The longest movie that's been on the wheel so far.
So yeah, so we're gonna tackle racism.
Jesus.
We're there.
Yeah, we're qualified, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Maybe.
All right, cool. So let's recap what's on the wheel. Do the Right Thing from Joseph. Notting Hill from Joseph. Kentucky Fried Movie from listener Heather. Grizzly Man from listener Dallas. Mute from Pete. Monster Squad from Pete. Suburbia from 1983 from Tyler. And American History X from Tyler. So let's give this a spin. This is what we watch next week for new listeners that don't know.
What is it?
Mute.
It's Mute.
Mute.
Where's my thing here? There we go. I believe this movie's not good.
Oh, haven't you seen it?
Yeah, I did.
I believe it's not good.
It's the first movie of Alexander Skarsgård playing a mute.
Alexander Skarsgård is in it.
Yeah,
I thought it was Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd's also in it.
Oh, is he?
He's not the main character though. I think he's the main bad guy.
Really?
Mute.
Paul Rudd, a bad guy.
Yeah, he's got like a Fu Manchu in it. All right, let's see where Mute's playing. I want to say it's Netflix because it's a Netflix original. Let's see, Mute IMDb. Let's give us an idea. 2018. Yes, that's the Duncan Jones of Moon fame, and also being
David
Bowie's son fame. Written by Michael Robert Johnson and Duncan Jones, directed by Duncan Jones. Michael Robert Johnson, writer of Sherlock Holmes, Pompeii, and Mute. All right. Starring Alexander Skarsgård as Leo, Paul Rudd, Justin Theroux, Levi Eisenblatter, and the rest.
Eisenblatter?
Eisenblatter, yeah. So, excuse me, I'm dying over here. Oh, man, I am dying.
You feeling okay, bud?
No.
No, I'm just coughing. It's hot in here.
Yeah, it is hot in here.
All right, so we'll watch Mute next week. The reason why, I remember it was kind of fantastically a messy movie.
Okay.
Like, I'm watching it, I'm like, wow, this should work.
This is like a sci-fi?
Yeah, it's a sci-fi future movie. Oh, I'll read the synopsis. A mute bartender goes up against the city's gangsters in an effort to find out what happened to his missing partner. It's kind of like a mishmash of like Fifth Element and Blade Runner future Like it's a little campy, but kind of serious, and I think it's trying to be more serious than it is, and it's more. They need to like lean into the fun and the camp aspect of it, and they don't.
What sci-fi future would you live in? We asked this.
Yeah.
We talked about this last week. Movie sci-fi future.
Yeah. Star Wars doesn't count because that's the past, right?
Yeah.
It's fantasy.
You know, it's funny. If you go back to the original interviews, Han Solo, Harrison Ford as Han Solo, he says he's telling about Star Wars to some reporter, and he goes, "Yeah, it's a space fantasy."
Oh,
boom!
All right,
done.
He's the
guy that wrote the book.
Han Solo.
Yeah, exactly. What sci-fi future would I live in?
And you're not anybody.
Not some random guy.
No, you're just like transported.
But what about? Can I choose what planet? Because in a lot of sci-fi futures, there's planets all over the place.
You're wherever the movie takes place.
Well, in all these movies, like Guardians of the Galaxy, there are multiple planets. You know?
I guess.
Just keep it to the main.
Do you want to live in Guardians of the Galaxy?
It wouldn't be bad. I'll live in that planet with
but that's still
John C. Reilly.
I guess you would be living in space then, not Earth.
Well, John C. Reilly, I'd be on that planet with him where he's the police officer.
Oh, okay.
That one. Or I'd take Fifth Element. Fifth Element would be cool.
Looks fun. Zany.
Yeah, it looks
wacky.
wild. They got guys that sell you noodles fly right up to your apartment.
I know, that's tight, actually.
That's pretty dope.
That's pretty dope. DoorDash.
Yeah. I'll bet you lunch is good news. You're fired. Hey, at least you got free lunch.
Yeah.
I think Fifth Element is fun.
Yeah.
Crazy aliens, and some of them are a little bit crazy, and some of them are not.
Yeah. I guess like Men in Black is sci-fi, right?
Yeah, but that's not the future.
It kind of is.
I said Star Trek.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one.
I got to say, I listened to the show, but most of my trip, I was either drunk or hungover. So I don't remember a lot of the show.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. What'd you say, Joseph?
I honestly don't remember what I said. What did I say, Todd? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
You were there.
I feel like
I'm sober.
I feel
allegedly.
I mentioned Fifth Element as well, but I don't know if that's what I landed on.
Well, anyways.
No, you did say Fifth Element.
Because then I got into the world of like, well, is like an alien invasion movie or a movie like Guardians of the Galaxy, is that a sci-fi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
he's human. He's born on Earth.
It's just aliens visiting Earth. It's not like Earth has future technology.
Yeah, but they have technology that doesn't exist.
But they're not from whatever. This is the complexities of the question.
The complexity of the question.
Because I was originally gonna ask, is an alien invasion movie classify as a sci-fi movie, like Independence Day?
Oh,
yeah, that's sci-fi.
Why?
Because the technology that they have doesn't exist.
Who? You don't know.
Aliens.
Yeah, but aliens are so far like a fantastical theory.
But they're using technology that doesn't exist. You're inventing technology within the writing.
The rules of sci-fi is that humanity is humanity's future.
Does it have to be?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Like Blade Runner is humanity's future.
Sure, that's easy to say when you're comparing it to like your own society.
But that's what sci-fi is.
Sci-fi is, it's fictional science. So science, the definition is the practical application of technology, right?
But it's a plausible future.
Yeah, it's a plausible. It doesn't have to be. It could be sci-fi.
No,
present.
but that is like one of the rules of sci-fi.
It could be sci-fi present.
But but Independence Day is not a sci-fi present.
Is the Jetsons the future?
Idiocracy. That's what I said. That's what we said.
Idiocracy.
Oh, that's right.
Because we would just be we would be like not sure.
I'll be smart as fuck.
Yeah.
God, I would hate to live in that future.
Idiocracy is a sci-fi.
Full of dumb fucks.
Yeah, it would be frustrating.
I'd be closer to our reality.
Never, dude. I never would. I could not do it. Our reality is bad enough now. Fast, like multiply the dumbness like 100 times.
100 times, yeah.
Oh God. All right, listeners. Now, for the people who are still clinging on to this goddamn episode, how long has it been running?
It's an hour 40.
Oh my God. People are the brave souls that are still on the stream. Jack, thank you. Or still on the podcast. Is Independence Day a sci-fi?
Is an alien?
Seems like it is a ridiculous question to me. Of
is
course,
it an alien invasion like Mars Attacks? Is that a sci-fi?
Yes.
Why?
Because the technology that they use doesn't exist in our world.
Okay. Let's sign us off.
Now, I would say that Mars Attacks is closer to a sci-fi than Independence Day because they create the technology to communicate with the aliens. The humans create that.
Great points. Both great points.
Independence Day, aliens just show up.
And
living in our, at the time, whatever, 94 society, whatever.
How about this though? But in the world of Independence Day, the scientists, when he finds all that, he goes, where do you think that all the scientific breakthroughs of the last 20 years came from? From our technology that we use to study these.
So the aliens still
the aliens' technology helped build our modern society that we have today. And we don't know if maybe they have more stuff on the human side.
That's what I would concede is that have technology that we've advanced as humans
because of their technology.
And that's why I didn't bring it up, because I was like, yeah, I guess we would have to invent technology because they go to space.
But just the fact that there's aliens makes it science fiction.
I wouldn't agree with that.
What is that fantasy at that point?
Stop it,
Yeah, it would be.
A fantasy because it's an alien there.
Is Arrival a sci-fi?
Is E.T. is, yeah. And Arrival is.
E.T.?
Yeah.
How is E.T. sci-fi?
Because they got spaceships.
Who has spaceships?
The aliens.
Yeah,
they
but
pick them up at the end.
We don't have spaceships.
Yeah, but they exist in the universe of the movie. So, listeners, write in. You know what we're asking.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready to go?
Yeah.
That's rigid sci-fi.
Tyler's like, get the fuck out of here.
It's hot in here. We're getting heated.
All right.
Literally.
Thank you to our cool ass yard duties over on Patreon. That's Javier, Heather Sachs, Ryan, Corbin, and Chris. If you want to join us on the Patreon, hit us up at patreon.com/middleclassfilmclass. Or you can just follow us on the YouTube every Saturday, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. Normally it's like 3 hours. This time it's been like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Has it been like that?
Yeah, it's 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, you never know what you're gonna get. So if you don't show up at 12:30, that's fine. You can come in a couple hours late, and we'll still be talking.
We'll be mid-argument.
Yeah, we'll be talking about sci-fi versus fantasy. So until next time, thank you for joining us on this extendo stream. Follow us next week as we review Mute, the Netflix original with Paul Rudd with a Fu Manchu. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/MCFC podcast, and send us an email. We read it on the show, mcfcpodcast@gmail.com.
And follow us on Instagram at Middle Class Film Class and leave us a voicemail, why don't you? 209-730-6010.
And follow us on Twitter at Podcast MCFC and on TikTok at Middle Class Film Class.
All right. Again, thanks for everybody for participating, and we will see you next time.
See you next time.
See ya.
Thank you.